Good morning, everyone. Okay, so my name is Joanna-Joy Gray, and I'll be the tutor for this morning's and afternoon session. And how are you guys? How are we feeling? I saw the poll. Let me see, can I still see the results? All right, I'm seeing 18% saying ready, 35% not ready, and 44% somewhat ready. All right, for those who, the majority is in the not ready, somewhat ready. So what are the concerns? Is there a particular part that you're not feeling ready for? Or is it the general, the whole exam? Or what are we feeling?
Miss Paper 2.
Okay. Okay. Programming or Pascal questions, the whole exam. Okay. Okay. For those who are saying the whole exam, have you been able to do many past papers so far or not? Not so far.
Not so far.
Okay. All right. Not to worry, guys. We'll be okay. So this session, good first of all for being here, and not really because of the new syllabus. Okay. Got you, Noel. All right. So we're going to make the most of today. Feel free to ask your questions. You'll see in a little bit the order that we'll be taking. And we're going to start with paper 2, by the way. So yeah, I'm going to start off with prayer. So let's do that. All right, Lord, we thank you for today. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this foundation that is allowing us and has organized these Pathway Marathons. Thank you, God, for each and every student that you have here today. Thank you, Lord, for allowing all of us to be here and to be able to participate and support. Lord, we ask that today would be productive, that it would be helpful, Father, that each and every person that is here would benefit from this session. Lord, I pray that you would guide us as to what to focus on, even based on what will be on the exam and what each person's focus needs to be. Lord, we ask that you would also give us wisdom and help us to understand the topics that have been a little challenging for us. Lord, there's nothing impossible with you, so Lord, we ask you for your help. Lord, I ask that you would speak to me and through me, because I am human. I am just here for you to use me to help the students. And Lord, I pray that the students will be able to help each other as well. So Lord, we give it to you. Thank you for a productive and enjoyable session. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay. So let's start. I'm going to share my screen with you. Let's do that. And we're gonna see what we're gonna start with. So someone mentioned a new syllabus, and thankfully, CXC has actually kind of let us know what topics will be on paper too. It's kind of feels like everything, but it gives us an idea still. And these are the topics here. What we're gonna be doing is starting from the bottom going up. So those more practical questions. I saw some persons mentioning the programming, so we're gonna start there. And as I said, if you have questions, feel free to mention them in the chat. And I'll be asking you guys what your thoughts are as we go along. All right, let's go. So problem solving. And we're going to start with a pseudocode question. So let's just get some things said or stated about pseudocode. So one of the things is that we must begin and have to end. And it uses certain keywords that are over here. Before we look more closely at these keywords, what does this make sense to you? That a pseudocode must begin and end. What's the definition that you have in mind of a pseudocode? Anyway.
Repeat the question, please, Miss.
Sure. So how would you define a pseudocode? What does that mean to you when we say pseudocode? An algorithm, okay. So an algorithm, a set of instructions, nice, okay. So it's in order to accomplish a particular goal, right? And we're gonna have steps, or as you said, Casey, a set of instructions, awesome. So if we're gonna have a set of instructions, we must have a point where we start and a point where we end. And in order for people who, apart from yourself, who wrote the pseudocode to understand, we use a certain format and we have keywords. So over here, we're seeing keywords, input, read. And then we also have down here for write, print, output, and display. And are you guys familiar with these variety of keywords?
Yes, Miss.
All right, great. Because sometimes you might see them focus on, maybe your class uses one over the other, but we may see these varieties. So let's go on to the actual question. Okay, here's our question. Are you able to see well enough? Can I zoom in here?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for your responses, by the way. So the pseudocode below will calculate and output the number of participants and the average age of all participants attending the ICT symposium. The algorithm will terminate and display the output when an age of 999 is entered. So let's just pause there, read that over again. So we're looking out for some key things here. We're looking out for the goal. We're looking out to see if there are any conditions that we need to pay attention to. And any keywords like, remember we talked about the keywords before, input and write and so on. So there are key things that we typically do. We reading data or we're taking data, input it. We might output it, write it, display, same thing. And also do calculations. So when we're reading the question, we're looking out for those things and we're looking out for any conditions. So, all right, so far what you guys notice that we need to do. So firstly, what's the aim of it, of this algorithm?
We need the number of participants and we need to average the age of each of all of them.
Okay, good. So you mentioned two things. You said we need the number. Is that, are you writing there? Are you reading there? Are you calculating? Which of those three for the number of participants?
Calculating.
All right. Okay. And we're also going to calculate the average, right? How do we know when we're going to end our algorithm?
When it reaches 99.
When it reaches, what do you mean by reaches?
No, the display will be output
Mm-hmm.
when an age of 999 is created. So after you add until you reach 99, you're gonna do a loop, something like that.
Okay. All right, I hear you. Any other thoughts on that?
Miss, when the problem has been solved.
Okay, but how do we know the problem is solved? That's generally, yes, we end when the problem is solved, but based on this specific question, when is the problem solved?
When the person inputs 999.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm not seeing the names of who is speaking, so forgive me if I'm not calling your names to address you correctly, but he mentioned something, used a particular word a while ago, when it's entered or inputted, he said. So previously we were mentioning when we reach 999, like we're adding. However, if we look back at the question here, it says when an age of 999 is entered. So when we think of enter, that's similar to the word he used, inputted. So that's something we're reading in, it's not something we're calculating. But we have a lot of the pseudocode here, so let's go through and work through it piece by piece, and we'll see if it's starting to make some more sense. All right, so first, as we said, we're gonna have a start. And this section here, what is it doing?
Declaring the variables.
Awesome. Declaring the variables, or you might hear some people say initializing. Pretty much same thing. Initializing suggests that we're giving it an initial value. So all of these things we're setting as 0. So we have our age, something to keep our average, a total. And we see that why the total is necessary. So far, just based on the question. Any ideas how that will be used?
It's because the program is going to end every time age of 999 is entered. So it has to restart at 0.
So okay, so you're saying the total is what they use to restart?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good thoughts. I want you to think of this total, so that's usually like a summation of something, right? You're adding some things together. So what could this be the total of? Based on the other variables here. Anyone can answer.
Oh, the question asks you to calculate the number of participants, so it'd be the total number of participants.
All right. That's good.
Such a busy week for me.
Okay, good. So that's one option. And then the other thing we can consider is that there's an average. Remember, we're supposed to calculate an average. And in order to calculate the average, you have to have the total of something, right? So you'd have to be saving we want the average age. And to calculate average age, we need to add all the ages together and then divide by the number of ages, true? Yes?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, great. So when we're thinking about that and we say age, we say average, we say count, we say total. Total suggests you are summing something together. And we know we need to create the average. So more than likely, this total is going to be the total age. So meaning when we add up all of those ages. Because remember, this variable here is only going to store one value at a time. So we'll have to be adding the ages as we go. But let's continue and let's see if it makes more sense as we go. All right, so we're going to look at, no. Okay, we're going to look at the first part here. I'm just showing it from now. So we're going to kind of incidentally, but we'll work with it. Does this make sense to you guys? Right? Enter participant stage. What is this? What is this line here doing? When we say right, what are we doing?
It is telling the person to enter a specific number.
Okay, good.
Prompting the user.
Right, prompting the user because we want something to be. Awesome. Yes, I see that answer in the chat as well. No, so I ended up skipping to this slide, but do you see why I wrote right here? Do you see how we could determine that it's supposed to be right in this line? What are some hints that we need to print this out to the user?
Because it's enter the participant.
All right, hold on. Can the gentleman speak again? I didn't hear what you said.
Miss, because enter the participant age.
Okay, because we see that string there, right? So that's a hint in itself. That doesn't sound like a calculation. That doesn't sound like reading something in. That sounds like you're prompting somebody to do something. You're asking them to do something. And even the fact that it's in quotes. Are there any other hints? I heard someone else speaking. I don't know if you had a different answer.
No, Miss, I was going to say the same thing because it says enter.
Okay, awesome. Another hint I'd like to point out is this next line. It says read age. No, so this means that you're taking in a value, but how do people know to type in a value if you don't tell them? So when I look down and I see that this is next, I know that before this, I must have prompted them to give me that age. Also because even just thinking about the question, we need to calculate the average age. So I need to get the age. So the first thing I need to do to get the age is tell the people to give me the age. So those are some hints to this part here. So let's continue. So we prompt them to enter the age, they enter the age. Earlier, someone mentioned that we're gonna need to do a loop. And we need to do a loop because we are getting all the ages and averaging them. So we need this code to run over and over again so that we can get everybody's age. And looking back at the question, what do you think the condition is for this loop? While age is, what does this symbol mean, first of all? Anyway, feel free to guess if you're not sure. Let me go here so you can see if I see better.
Equal to a list.
Equal what? Okay, greater than or equal to. So normally we'd see if you saw, I don't know if you can equal to. So actually this is not equal to. So when usually if it's equal to, we'll actually see the equal sign. And if it was greater than, then we'd have the greater than sign and so on. So the two, whatever you call these symbols together, equal, less than and greater than together is actually meaning not equal to. And here's another way we can think about it. We want, okay, let me ask it this way. We want people to continue entering ages until what? No, let me not ask it this way. All right, so the while age something something, we want the following to happen. We want to keep getting their ages and calculating the average until what happens? Based on the question here.
Until there's an
999
output of
is
999.
entered.
Right, so I believe you both are saying the same thing until 999 is entered. So as long as the age is not 999, we want to keep getting an age. Does that make sense?
Yes, miss.
Yes. All right, so our
Miss,
condition,
repeat, please.
sure. So the question said, the algorithm will terminate and display the output when an age of 999 is entered. If we flip that condition, the algorithm will continue as long as an age of 999 is not entered. You see that those two things, they're the opposite. Algorithm will terminate when 999 is entered. It's the same thing as saying it will continue as long as 999 is not entered. Yes? Feel free to say no if that don't make sense.
Yes, Miss. Get it.
All right. Okay. Not hearing any notes, so yeah. All right. Cool. So that's our condition here. While age is not equal to 999, we're going to do the rest of the calculations. Now we see this line here, 3. Any ideas what might come here?
Miss, 0.
Why 0?
Well, that's a wild guess, Miss.
All right. So if we had 0 here, it would kind of be like, let's try to read it. Because if you notice it's in one line, right? So while age is not equal to 9990. All right, I see another answer. I'll come to that in a moment. If we had 0 here, we're not really sure what that 0 is doing, right? While age is not equal to 999, we didn't say that we're reading, we didn't say that we're writing, we just have 0. So that sounds perhaps not the case. I'm seeing some answers in chat then, right? So that's what we use, because just like how we have to start, awesome, somebody says while then loop, right? So just like how we have to start our pseudocode, we will start our loop. And we do that by the word then. And even the fact that it's in the same line, it kind of gives a little hint as well, because it's not like it's in another line and it's a whole nother maybe calculation or something. It's something directly related to the loop. And that happens to be that we're starting the loop. So then some formats use begin. If you're familiar with then, please definitely use it then, okay? All right, so we'll work with then. next thing that we see is this line here. This is doing a what? What's happening here?
A calculation.
Right, a calculation. Awesome. And what we're calculating is the total. So just like we mentioned earlier, the total is adding up all the ages. So we see total plus age equal, well, it's set to total. So if we entered, let's say that we prompted the user and they entered 14, what would be our total right now?
$14,
Right, why?
because we only have one participant age entered.
Mm-hmm. And so if we look at this calculation, total, before we finish this line, before we set the new value of total was equal to what? Zero. And we know that because of the initialization up here. Awesome. So 0 plus 14 would give us 14. All right, great. The next, sorry, can you hear some noise in my background?
No, Miss, you're fine.
I'm gonna hope that's a no. All right, please let me know if you can. All right, so the next time we're doing set count plus something. Now, Chris, any ideas what this count might be for?
Miss, count how many times the thing has repeated the instruction for the condition.
Say that one more time. Sorry, that wasn't clear for me. Can you say that one more time, please?
Miss, to show how many times the condition is repeated.
Okay, condition meaning. Okay, I'm seeing. All right, the condition being age is not equal to 999. All right, awesome. So how many times this loop is repeating, right? Good. Just pausing to respond to what's in the chat. So I'm seeing some persons, they're familiar with do. I'm personally familiar with begin, and that's what I started thinking some, well, my book might be a little old. Maybe that's why. So if you're familiar with do, go with do, okay? All right, so you can, because I see some persons said then as well. So later, perhaps when we take a break or so, we can double check that. But let's go with what you're familiar with, and let's continue for now. All right, so yes, back to the codes. As someone said, how many times the loop is repeating. Another hint is that we're gonna have to do average. And remember we said average is the total divided by the number of times. So count, we're usually counting something, of course. And we have, when we look at the values that we have age, average, total. Total is going to be the total of all the ages. But to calculate the average, we have to divide the total by the number of participants. We look back at the question. So that count is going to be the same as our number of participants. Do you see that or not? Right.
Yes, Miss, I see.
Okay, anybody doesn't see that?
Please repeat.
Sure. So we're looking at the line count, and somebody was saying that what we'd be doing here is counting the number of times the condition in this case is false. Or in other words, how many times this loop is repeating. And I'm just pointing out that our count is going to serve as the number of participants, because, or it's the same thing as how many times our loop is repeating, which is how many times an age is being entered. Every time an age is entered, that's a new participant. So our count is going to tell us how many participants there were. Does that help? All right. So based on all that answer and what we just said, what would we be adding to count here? Any thoughts? All right, the background, thank you for letting me know. All right, I'm gonna try do something, but in the meantime, what are your thoughts on what?
Miss, would it be 1?
All right, let's get some other thoughts and then we answer that. Any other thoughts, or everybody says 1?
1.
Okay, here another 1. All right, so I'm just hearing 1s and I agree because we're counting, we want to know the number of participants. And every time an age enters, that's 1 more person. So we're adding 1. If anyone's unclear, you don't want to say it publicly in the chat, you can always send a private message as well. I am having difficulties trying to connect this headset to hopefully help with the noise, but I'm hoping that it is getting better. Let me know if it is not. All right, so we're going to continue with the 1. Now this line here, set something, so this is a calculation, to total divided by average. What do we think goes here?
Miss, average.
Okay, why is that?
Because number.
Because what?
Miss, I can't explain it, but I just know it's average.
It's because that is how you find the average.
Awesome, right. Total divided by count. That's how we divide it, how we calculate an average. And another way you can kind of confirm if you're not sure, look at the variables that we have. So if we're adding some value, or let me not use the word adding, we're setting it to some variable, right? And the only variables we have are count, age, average, and total. We already dealt with total, we already dealt with count, we already dealt with age. That's another hint that is probably average, right? And again, the major pointer to that is the calculation, total divided by count. That's how we calculate average. Cool. By the way, another hint that we could have used for this line here, the count, is the following line. You might realize that's something that I personally use. If I'm trying to figure out what happens before, I might take a peep at what comes in the following line. So just like here, we saw read age. So if we're reading, we must have told them to enter it. When I come here and I see that we're setting something to total divided by count, and that looks like average. And if we're averaging, we must be dividing by the number of things that we total.
Miss, you're echoing.
Okay. Not sure why at all. All right, let's try something here.
Miss, you're not echoing for me.
Okay.
You're not echoing for me as well.
All right, awesome. All right, so let's continue. Hopefully for the person that I was echoing, it gets better. Sure. All right, so yeah. So another hint, that's what we're talking about. Total divided by count. So we total the ages, so we must have been counting the ages. And count, not summing, because that's a total. Total is doing the summing, counting the number of ages. And when do we enter an age? It's out here, and then we enter the loop. When the loop ends and we start over, we get another age. So every time we enter this loop, we've gotten one more age. So we add 1 to count. Was this the same person that said I'm echoing before? Let's see. Alex. Okay, I don't want to mispronounce your name. I'm going to shorten it to Alex if you don't mind. Were you the same person saying I'm echoing? Okay, great. All right, awesome. So yes, average was the answer here. Now we have the next line of enter another age or 999 to terminate the program. What do we think we're going to read now? Ready? Age. Awesome. And this gives it away for sure. Enter another age. All right, now after we enter the age, what are we doing? Any thoughts? Is there anything else? So right now we're still in a loop. Is there anything else that we need to do in this loop?
Miss, you're gonna stop because you're in the loop.
We're going to stop first. I heard that we're going to stop. Yes, you were explaining why? Or if not, somebody else wants to answer why, if they agree, or
Yes, I agree because you have to end all your conditional thingy. You have to end all your conditions at the end of your loop for it to stop. Yeah.
okay. All right, we have to write the end for it to stop. I'm seeing those direct messages. For the person who is a little unclear, could you let me know if it's this point or earlier? While I wait for that answer, see that response as well in the loop. So yes, I agree that we need to end the loop. Here's how we know. Let's go back to the question. It's often helpful to go back to the question and remind yourself if you're not sure what's supposed to happen, let's go back to the question, see what else we have not yet done. Question says, the pseudocode will calculate and output the number of participants and the average age. Let's slow down. We're going to calculate and output what? The number of participants and the average. All right, let's look at what we have. The count we said is the number of participants. Okay, I see that response. Thank you. We've calculated the number of participants. We've also calculated the average here. All right, so that's covered. What we don't have is the outputting. If we take a peep further down, we see some right lines, so that looks like our outputting. And if you read it, it is. Let's look back at the rest of the question. The algorithm will terminate and display the output when an age of 999 is entered. All right. So it ends, all it's saying is it's gonna end when the age is 999 and it displays the output. So there's nothing else that the loop itself does apart from calculating the number of participants and the average. We've done those already. Now we've gotten the age and we've read it in. So there's nothing else for it to do. And this is one space. One space, so one word. And let me move a little here. We had begun our loop, so we're gonna end it now. All right, if you're not familiar with end while, this is what I saw in the text I use. If your teacher used something else, please use what your teacher used, okay? But we're going to end. So another hint, well, one of the hints, as I said, it's one line. We look back at the question, there's nothing else that the loop needed to do. And just like how we start our pseudocode, we started our while, and if we start, then we must end it as well. So let's just look at what our loop is doing. before we continue. So we've told them to enter the age. We've read the age. And as long as the age is not equal to 999, then we're going to begin the loop. We're going to go into the loop. We add the age to whatever total we had before, and we're going to increment or add to our count. We're going to add 1 to our count. So it means we're adding this participant to our count. Sorry for the noise. I'm still having trouble switching my audio here. Okay, let's see. Is it bad? Is the noise bad?
No, miss, can barely hear you.
Okay, that's good. All right, if it gets bad, let me know. I think I may be able to improve it. Awesome. All right, so let's continue. So we've added in, so we've incremented, that's a word. Are you guys familiar with referring to this as incrementing? You might hear me say that.
Yes, miss.
All right, awesome, good. So incrementing, adding by 1, that's all we're doing. So we do our counts, or same thing as number of participants, and then we calculate our average, and we ask them to enter another age. And when we enter another age, that's the end of our loop. Does it mean the loop doesn't repeat? I'll leave that as a question. When we get here and we get to end, does it mean that our loop is never going to happen again?
No, miss, it just means that it's going to stop for that particular age until it reaches 999.
Okay, awesome. So right, so as soon as I see that other response, see those responses in the chat. Awesome. So when we get to this end, what it does is it goes back up to the start for a while, and it looks at the condition again. So this age that we just got in, let's say it's 54. Then we go to the end, and the computer says, all right, let me go back up to the top of my while. And it does the comparison. But did I just say 40 something? I don't remember what I said. 45, is 45 not equal to 999?
Yes, miss.
Okay. Right, so because that condition is true, all right, see that response, then we go back into the loop. And yeah, I won't try to do the calculations on here, but we're gonna do these again. Let's say we then get the 999. Then we go to this line and it says end while. The computer says, all right, I'm gonna go back up and check my condition again. We just got 999, and the condition is age is not equal to 999. So 999, that's our age, is not equal to 999. Is that true or false? Let me say it one more time. What I'm putting here is a number we just imagined that we got. So we said age is 999. So we read it as 999 is not equal to 999. Is that true or false?
True, miss.
Okay, I think that was true. I heard. I see somebody saying false in the chat. Any other thoughts? All right, I'm gonna take that as not sure. Feel free, by the way, as I said, to message directly if you're not comfortable messaging publicly. All right, 999 is not equal to 999. That's false. It's the same as saying 1 is not equal to 1. Of course it is, it's 1. 1 is equal to 1. So our condition is false, and that means that we do not continue our loop. So a while loop goes on as long as the condition is true. That's why when we had age as 45, I just said not true, right? We go on as long as our condition is true. Sorry. So when we said 45 is not equal to 999, we continue because our condition is true. But now we have 999 is not equal to 999. That's false. So we move on. How are we feeling? I think that's a not so good. Yes?
Sorry, Miss, could you repeat?
Sure, I'm asking how you guys are feeling about that. So is this clear, unclear?
Very kind of clear for me, miss.
Kind of, all right. Clear. All right, thank you for those responses. All right, let's see. All right, cool. So we've ended our while. Let's continue to the next point here. Right, the number of participants are, what do you think we're gonna put here?
This count.
Count. Any other thoughts? Or same? Count, okay. All right, I'm gonna take it that we're thinking so count, and that's true. We mentioned it before that count is the number of participants. Count is the number that's going up by 1 every time we get a new age, and it's not 999. So it's representing every participant because a participant enters their age, right? So that's number of participants count. Another hint is we have to be putting a variable here, or yeah, let me just say that. We'll be putting a variable here, and if we look at our variables, the number of participants is not age, it's not average, it's not total. It must be count. Next line, write the average age of participants are, and that would be average. Awesome. All right, and then our final line. Oh, why is it skipping? Okay. All right. Not sure why it's skipping like that, but our final line here, what would we put?
Average.
Average. For this, sorry, let me clarify. For line 10, are you answering for line 10 or line 9?
9.
Okay, awesome. So yes, 9 is average. And for line 10, I'm seeing end. Any disagreements there? 10 stop. Okay. So I see some persons may be familiar with different words. Just pausing to respond. I see that direct message. No problem. That's quite fine. I understand. Thank you for letting me know. All right. And yes, it is end because there's nothing else to do. That's it. We've done everything. Another hint is it's one line. So it has to be one word. So we can't be reading anything, writing anything, setting anything. We're ending. We've started and now we're ending. Awesome. Awesome. This is just a little note about the structure of a loop. Because we have finished with this question at last. And
Go back, please.
pardon?
Miss, can you go? Yes.
You have a specific question? I should ask that, yes. Or you just want me to go through overall one more time?
No, it's okay. Continue.
Okay. Just to confirm though, were there any questions? Okay. So we continue. Now this is going to be needed for the next question. The structure of a loop. The statements of a loop are arranged to depend on the result of a variable. Most loops cycle through the statements as follows. They input a starting value to a specific variable. This variable usually determines whether or not the loop executes or not. Then we test the variable against a condition. Then we execute the body of the loop. And then we update the value of the variable. If you think about it, that's exactly what we did previously. And I think if I click on this, it's going to skip to the next question, but that's fine. That's exactly what we did here. We took in a variable, we tested the condition. Once it's true, we executed the body of the loop, and then we updated the value of that variable. Now, let's look at this question. Outline the function of the loop construct in computer programming. I will pretty much just answer the question, but I'd love if someone would just maybe verbally, or if you want to type it, answer in your own words. What's the function of the loop? What's the purpose of it? Why do we use loops?
Miss, to repeat a condition multiple times without having to write it out every single time.
Okay. Okay. Think about that word you just used. It said repeat a condition.
Repeat an instruction, sir.
All right, awesome. Do we agree with that? And any questions on why I just asked the clerk to rethink that word there? All right, I see that answer. To repeat a step or process until there's satisfaction. So yeah, until a certain condition is met or not met. Awesome. So it's as you pointed out, I didn't get the name, but as you pointed out, we don't want to write things out every time. If like with the previous loop here, if we had written this out, we'd have to, first of all, we don't even know the number of students, so that makes it difficult. But we'd maybe have to write these however many lines, 10, 15 times. So the purpose of using the loop is to repeat these instructions a certain number of times or until a condition is met. Okay, interesting, same words, all right. Yeah, so a certain number of times or until a condition is met. Because sometimes it's not a specific condition, maybe we know that we need to do something 3 times. What type of loop does that bring to mind? A certain number of times?
Miss, 4.
4, awesome. Awesome, yes. 4 loop, I see that response, nice. All right, now this question here is bringing up while and repeat. Those 2 loops. It says, okay. By the way, if you are writing or anything like that, I will be sharing this with you, so you don't have to worry about trying to get everything done or screenshotting, okay? All right, so I'm gonna.
Okay.
All right, cool. So this one here, while and repeat, says state 2 distinguishing features for each of the following types of loops. Anyone want to attempt this question? Any thoughts? If you're not sure about both and you want to mention what you know about one of them, no problem. All right. Okay. Let's tackle while first. What does a while loop do? Any answers for that?
It checks if a certain criteria is occurring right now. And
That's clear for me.
So I'll type it.
Okay, you type. Okay. All right, it requires a condition. Yes, that's true. While requires a condition. How does it use that condition? Is it that
It's like a comparison.
Yes, so that condition is usually a comparison, yes. So we're comparing something. And do we care if it is what? All right. When we decide if we want to repeat the loop, is it when the condition is true or false? When do we, for a while loop, when do we repeat? Let's see this response here. It looks to see if a certain condition is true and carries out the instructions given, right? So, all right, here's another one. A while loop repeats a set of instructions once a condition given is true. Nice. So while this condition is true, we do something. All right. Nice. Any thoughts on repeat until? Have we all worked with repeat before?
Right, miss, for repeat, you keep doing the thing until that condition is false. I mean, until it wait, no,
Until it's met, I think it's met, right?
Until it's met, okay.
So you keep repeating the condition once it's false, and then it stops when it's true. And while is the opposite.
Miss, the while loop check the condition before the loop is actually run, while the repeat until run the loop at least at one time before them check the condition.
Ah, yes, nice. So that's a great addition. Thank you for that. And I see somebody responding in the chat. It repeats instruction given until the condition is true. So I'm going to wait inside until it stops raining. I'm waiting. Sure, I'll go over, Shanti. So I'm going to wait inside until it stops raining. I'm going to stay inside as long as, let me not say that way. I'm going to stay inside until it stops raining. If I look outside and it's still raining, I'm staying inside. I'm repeating. If I look outside 15 minutes later and it's still raining, I'm staying. If I look outside and it has stopped raining, my condition is true, I'm going outside. So I've stopped repeating. My loop has ended. But while I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. While that condition is true, that my belly is crying out for food, I'm going to eat some food. Then once my belly stops crying, I'm going to stop eating. I'm going to stop repeating that loop. And somebody mentioned a great point, that repeat until has a condition at the end. So we'll always do it. This type of loop will always happen at least once, because we're not checking the condition until the very end. Versus with our while, we checked the condition at the start. So if the first time we look at this, the condition is false, we never do it. Yeah, let's look at the answer here. A while loop repeats as long as the condition is true. Since the condition is checked at the start of the loop, it is possible for the loop to never be executed. And here are some explanations from the text and the study guide. So the while loop repeatedly executes one or more statements as long as the condition is true. The condition in a while loop is tested at the beginning of the loop. So it is possible for the statement not to be executed at all. If the test is true, the commands are carried out. If it's false, the loop stops. If the test is false at the start, there'll be no iterations at all. Let's look at the repeat. And sorry, something's blocking my screen. Don't do that. All right, repeat. A repeat until loop repeats as long as the condition is not true. Or in other words, as long as it's false. The condition is checked at the end of the loop. And that's what we're seeing over here. So again, if I say I am going to stay inside until it stops raining, if I look outside and it has not stopped raining, I'm going to repeat. My condition is not true, so I'm going to repeat. Okay. I'm seeing that message, thank you. I am not seeing them. I'll see if I can change that. All right. How are we feeling overall? We have another question on the screen. Do you guys want to take a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute break? One of the above, or are you good until we finish this section of pseudocode?
Miss, good until we finish this section.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right. Not hearing any complaints. So let's do that. You need to stretch. You can do that. Well, you can do that more easily than me. So, okay, let's continue. You are hired as a programmer by so-and-so to write a pseudocode for a supermarket. This pseudocode will be presented to the company before the source code is written. The requirements for the pseudocode are as follows. 1, prompt the cashier to enter the price and quantity of the items. Then calculate the discount amount at 5% of the total. So got this keyword here now, if the total is greater than 500. Otherwise, that's another keyword, calculate the discount amount at 10% of the total. The algorithm should output, keyword, the total and discount. So several steps there, but notice that I'm also looking out for those keywords. Are there any other keywords I didn't mention that you guys see?
Wait, Miss, which ones did you say again?
So I pointed out the if, otherwise, and output.
Miss, would the variables be keywords?
They can be, yeah. For me, when I say keywords, they're typically like telling me actions, telling me things that would relate to pseudocode keywords that we looked at earlier, like input and so on. But I don't remember the term you used, the variables, but I think you said variables. Those are definitely key as well. I typically just have a different definition of keywords with this. I saw somebody say calculate. Somebody said discount. Yes, for me, calculate, based on the definition I use, calculate would be a keyword. It's telling me something that I need to do. Another one is actually the first one, prompt. What does that bring to mind? Prompt. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at bring up the YouTube.
Input.
Awesome, input. Great. So let's continue. I'm going to take it step by step. I just highlighted some of the keywords here. Prompt, so the verbs, that's how I phrase it. Verbs. These are things to look out for so you know what you need to do. So you know you need to prompt for certain things, you need to do some calculations, and then you need to output. Also look out for any conditions that they mention. We're going to do this calculation if this is true. Otherwise, so that's the alternative of the condition, we're going to do a different calculation. And let's just look at that. So we're going to calculate the discount at 5%. if the total is greater than 500. Otherwise, calculate the discount at 10%. Okay. Assuming declare price as integer. All right, so you're moving on. Let's continue. All right, that was from the two. Okay, we're going to think about the variables that we need. And you may have just spotted them, yes, but, and somebody mentioned them earlier. But let's just list them out. Any variables that you guys see?
The price.
Price, nice. Anything else?
Quantity.
What else?
Total. Then discount.
Nice, awesome. So, all right, a senior response is Gabriel. So those are some variables because those are values that we're going to need to store. Values that we need to store. Let's start working through, and those are what I had as well. I call it discount amount, same difference. The naming doesn't really matter like that, as long as it makes sense. So I have this as just a little IPO table to kind of get an idea of what we need to do. And I've started us off. We need to prompt the cashier to enter the price and the quantity. So prompting, that means we want somebody to enter something. And somebody mentioned earlier the word inputs. So we know our inputs are price and quantity. All right. Any thoughts on what we're going to be what we'd have in our processing? What's the first?
Miss, you would have how much total is equal to, like total equal price times quantity.
Total equal price times quantity. Okay, good. I heard a young lady speaking as well. Was there anything different you wanted to say or add? Or anyone else? Somebody said the calculations, yes. Somebody said the discounts, right?
The calculation of the discount.
All right. And when we look back at the question, we have to remember that the calculation is based on some conditions. So we have to consider that as well. And our outputs, does this make sense to you guys? Total and discount?
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
All right. Anybody see anything that they want to add to this output, or everybody agrees with this?
Miss, when it tells you to output the total and the discount, would that go into processing also?
No. So since we have these three columns, the output, processing, input, we'll keep out things that we'll output over here. Processing typically means calculations. So like things that we actually have to stop and figure out, or do some work on it, do some work on the data before we can get our answer. So our calculations usually go under the processing section. Cool. All right. Taking that as a yes. If not, feel free to ask. So our processing. Our total is going to be price times quantity, because before we get to discounts, we have to know what our total is. Yes? So we can, if the discount is on the total, we have to have our total first. And this I just wrote out the conditions that we said. If total is greater than 500, then our discount is the total times 5%. Otherwise, I wrote it as else, our discount amount is 10% of the total. Any questions here? Sounding like a no. All right. Do you have any questions as we continue? Let's continue. So, first thing that we have to do is start and set our variables. Somebody was mentioning in the chat about declaring with certain data types. And if we're doing the, all right, this might skip ahead. Let's do that quickly. If we were doing it in Pascal, then we would specify. But since the question asked for pseudocode, we just initialize without a data type. Okay, so what we're going to initialize are all the variables that you guys mentioned before, which were price, quantity, discount, and total. So does this make sense?
Yes, miss.
All right. What do we do next after we've declared our variables? Let me go back to the question.
Yes, you print your price and then you read it and then you print your quantity. Well, you ask the person to input their price and then you read their price and then the same thing for quantity. Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Anybody disagree? Okay, seems like we agree, and I do agree. So we're going to prompt the cashier to enter the price and quantity. So I've written it as, right, please enter the price of the item and then read. And just like our young man mentioned, we then ask for the quantity and read that in. Okay, I'm seeing that question, and we'll get to that shortly. Okay, when we get to that point in the code. All right, so the next part, let's come here, is to calculate the discount amount at 5% of the total if the total is greater than 500. Otherwise, we calculate the discount amount at 10% of the total. Any thoughts on how we'll write that? I know we have our template in processing. Any further thoughts on that? Any changes?
Yes, you will assign price times quantity to your total, like using the arrow thingy.
Yeah, you said that. That is true.
And then you start your if statement. Oh wait, or do you read the total first? I don't remember, but after that you would start your if statement, and then yeah.
All right, great. I think there's something missing in my thing here, but yeah, as we have it here, we do the set. All right, someone want to write in the chat how we write that out? How do we write that in pseudocode, that total line? You want to write part of it, and somebody helps, no problem. What are your thoughts? What's the first word? What's the keyword?
Miss, which one?
For the part in blue, total equal price times quantity. How would we write that in our pseudocode?
It's basically same way, but the verb based on the variables we initialize first.
Okay. It's gonna skip. Let's look. So perhaps some of you might be familiar with slightly different formats based on your teacher. Looking at this, how would we write it?
Oh, set total, the arrow, then price times quantity.
Okay. Anybody disagree? All right. Okay. Give me one moment. I'm gonna Stop sharing and reshare, please. All right. So in that line, we're storing in the variable total, right? And we're storing our price times quantity. And we are going to reshare right about, make sure the right thing, yes. And are you able to see?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, awesome. So we've written this part. Verbally, and now we want to write our if. And is this exactly how to write it in pseudocode format?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, anyone familiar with a different format?
Wait, but without the colon.
What would we have instead of the colon?
Then.
Awesome. And what about the else?
Without the colon.
I heard without the colon. Someone was saying something else. Anything else overall that we change here?
Miss, could we?
Go ahead.
Miss, I was saying if you would change the equal sign to an arrow.
Right, right. So equal sign to an arrow. And we've started our if with a then. Are we going to end it?
Yes, Miss.
All right, how do we end it?
End it.
All right, nice. And here it is. So we use our arrows and replace the colon with a then, and we have our end if. So the setup for an if is if the condition, then we do something, and once we're done, we end the if. Pretty much. Someone was asking in the chat if isn't it safer to convert 15% and 10% to decimal than the raw 15 and 10? It's either would work, really. I think it's more a preference thing. And if your teacher suggests a particular way, again, definitely go with that. But it would achieve the same thing. So yeah, we can change it. It's probably what's usually done here. All right. So we agree with that. No, this is being proposed as an answer to outputting the total and discounts. Any thoughts on this? All right, teacher told not to use fractions. Go with that, for sure. All right, any thoughts here? Any disagreements? Any agreements?
It's after the what do you call it? The closing quote, you're supposed to have a comma, right?
Let's go back. I'm looking at the previous one here. Yeah, good catch. All right, so we need to add our commas here. Any other thoughts? Does this make sense when we add the comma?
Well, Miss, I think it doesn't make sense, but like some people put the colon still, but my teacher told me that it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So,
You mean like the colon within the quote?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I would agree with the teacher, because what's in the quotes is what's presented to the user, so it doesn't affect like syntax or anything. It's just a matter of what's most clear to the user. So we could add in the colon. I opted to put a $sign so that the amount just is written beside the $sign. So that's a matter of preference for the most part. All right, great. Is there anything else that we need to do?
Miss, and the algorithm.
In the algorithm, and we use our word. Yes. All right. Great. So this is what we've written. So we started, we declared our variables, we asked them for the information, read it in, then we set our total, and we did our calculations, and we printed it out. And as somebody pointed out, we have our commas here, and then we ended. Any other thoughts, questions, concerns?
Miss shouldn't be like writing or reading, or that's not necessary here.
So that I believe is more so used with Pascal, not necessarily in pseudocode. Yeah, that's for Pascal. So if we were to go back, for example, to going back to that page where we had our keywords, and this is from the study guide. In pseudocode, we don't have the ln. But if it was Pascal, then you could add the ln. Cool?
Yes, miss.
All right. There are no other questions, can feel free.
Can we find the study guide?
So it's in the study that was sent in the group chat. Yeah. So,
Miss, is it in group 2, Miss? The IT group 2?
Yes, the link was sent there as well. So if anything, we can sort those things out once the session is finished. Okay. All right. Nested ifs. How do we feel about nested ifs?
They're okay, miss.
Yeah, they're okay. Anyone not so okay with nested ifs?
Me, miss. I don't remember about them.
Okay. All right. So, all right, cool. So let's hopefully get some clarity. Again, feel free to, all right, someone's not really following at all, not really clear on that at all. Understood. So before we get into the question, can I ask those who are not so sure, just any thoughts you have on it? Even if you think it probably wrong, but just tell me what you're thinking, what comes to your mind when you say nested ifs.
It's
Miss, is it like
A bunch of if statements together in one.
Say it one more time. Sorry, you're a little unclear for me.
Oh, a bunch of if statements in one.
Okay, in one. Anybody has any other thoughts, or you want to phrase it a different way?
Miss, it has to do something with loops, or I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. See the response in the chat as well. They're not too bad. It's basically putting one if statement with another. Morgan, I see that message. I'm gonna ask you to remind me either closer to our break or closer to the end. Yeah. All right, multiple if functions. All right, good. So nested. Everybody's heard of nested dolls. Does that bring a picture to your mind? I don't know what, no? Okay. Yes, somebody says yes. I don't think that's a proper name for it. Nested something dolls. I don't know what the name is. But it's like you'd have Okay, hold on. I think I see something I can use as an example. I'm coming back. Okay, this isn't a perfect example. It wasn't made for this, but I'm working with what's here. So you might kind of, let me do it. Yeah, you might kind of see through this example a little bit, but just kind of work with me, imagine with me. We have this jar, container thing, whatever this is called. And then if we open it up, I don't want to break this now, but if we open it up, there's actually another one inside. So the nested dolls is something like that. There's a doll inside of a doll. And nested ifs is the same idea. There's an if inside of another if. So we kind of get the imagery. Even if we can't quite imagine the code yet, we kind of get that imagery. I see that response, Sean Trail. Thank you. You get the imagery, something inside of something else. All right, awesome. So that's what a nested if is. And you guys alluded to it earlier, if inside of an if. And we're going to go through this question and see an example of that. If the mark entered is greater than or equal to 70, then display the statement grade A. Now the keyword coming up, otherwise, if the mark entered is greater than or equal to 60, then display the statement grade B. For all other marks entered, display the statement grade not available. All right, so we've read through the question, we kind of have an idea of what the question is. But let's look at an actual example of a nested if first and a little bit more information there. It's a little blurry, but hopefully you're able to kind of distinguish. I'm going to start over here. The if-else structure includes one logical test. There are only two choices. In this case, the choices are the student has either passed or failed the test. But sometimes you want to include more than one test with more than one outcome. For example, this is very similar to ours, isn't it? If the exam mark is greater than 79, then the pupil has achieved a distinction grade. If the exam mark is greater than 49, then the pupil has achieved a pass grade. Otherwise, the pupil has not passed. One way to include several tests is to put one if statement inside another. We call this a nested if. Double indentation is used. Here's this example. If exam mark, so that's our variable holding the exam, the grade of the exam, if it's greater than 49, then, and below that we see indentation, so we know whatever is indented is inside of that if. And what's inside of that if? Another if. So that's our nested if. The inner if, I'm gonna call it, says, if exam mark is greater than 79, then do something. It says if it's greater than 79, then print distinction. All right, so I'm gonna pause before we go further in it. So we don't go inside of an if, or we don't do the instructions for the if unless the condition is true, correct?
No,
yes.
If the condition is false, that's when you move on.
Okay, let me clarify what I mean. When we do what's indented below the if.
Yes, miss.
Okay, all right. I see that yes in the chat. So if something, then see that response as well. Thank you. if something, then we do it. If the exam mark is greater than 49, then whatever. In this case, we have another if. It says if exam mark is greater than 79. And that's possible, right? For the exam mark to be greater than 49. If our first condition is that it's greater than 49, it's possible for the exam mark to then be greater than 79. Yes?
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
All right, cool. Nice. If the number is 1, are we going to go inside of this if at all?
No, miss, you put it, wait, yeah, no, miss, you put it outside. Yeah.
Right. So if this condition is false, well, we can, so remember we have an if, we can always look for the end if, and we can check if there's an else. And those words are always going, well, should always be in line with each other. So for example, this is what I'm going to call the outer if. This if we look in the same line, it has an else and it has an end if. So this is where the outer if ends down here. And in our example just now, if exam mark is 1, this condition is false. So it does not go inside. It doesn't go here. It moves on, continues in the same line, and it goes to the else. And it prints, the pupil has not passed the test, which makes sense because they got 1. Now, if they got something greater than 49, then we can look inside here. But what we want to do is acknowledge in a special way those who got over 79, right? So everybody over 49 pass, wonderful, good. But those over 79, we want to tell them that they've actually gotten a distinction. That's what's happening here. And in the same, let me use the word column, as this inner if, we have an else. So if the exam mark is not greater than 79, if this condition is false, we go to the else, right in line with the if, we go to the else, and what does it say? It prints pass. And then we end that if. All right, so let's try to process it. If we have the value 50, can someone tell me what would be printed out, please? If the exam mark is 50, what would we print?
Miss pass.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Everybody says pass, or anybody says anything else?
Yes, Miss pass.
Okay, awesome. Would someone like to, I see that's over YouTube as well. Someone like to, by looking at the code, explain how we got to this line, because for pass to be printed out, we must have gotten here. Could someone help us walk through that?
Because the exam mark is greater than 49.
Mm-hmm. So anybody want to walk it through like line by line? Kind of like.
Can you explain what you mean by that, please?
Sure. All right. So I'll try to explain by going through it. And then when we get back to our question, then hopefully someone can help us walk through that one. All right, so we can kind of do like I think they might call it a dry run test. So where we have our variable, we're going to imagine our value instead. So our exam mark is 50. If 50 is greater than 49, let's think about that. Yes, that's true. All right. Then we're going to go inside of the if. So we're looking here now. First line inside of if says if exam mark, blah, 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 or exam mark is 50. If 50 is greater than 79, yeah, that's not true. So we're skipping to our else. And we're looking at the else that is in line with that if. It means that this else goes with this if, because they're in the same column with each other. So it was 50 wasn't greater than 79. So go to the else, and what is inside of the else? It's print pass. So we end up printing pass. Our if ends, and we had gone inside of our then. So that's it. We've ended our if. Let's say, all right, before I continue, is that fine? Okay, Brianna, go ahead.
Normally afterwards, then they would have like a comma, and then they put like something that is true if the function is equal to that. And then like if in the false section, that's where they would start the other if function.
Okay. So that's what you're familiar with?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So in that example, the inner if, as I like to call it, is inside of the else. So that's not a rule. It just depends on what you want to achieve. So in this case, we wanted, as long as someone passed, we wanted to then check if they achieved a distinction. If we want to imagine like a case where we have an if inside of our else in this scenario, or else here deals with when someone has not passed. Maybe we'd want, I'm just imagining here, we're just trying to imagine what could have been a, if here. Maybe if the person got 48, then we want to say, good job, you came really close or something, I don't know. That could be a case where it's here. But yeah, the point is that it's not a rule. It depends on what you want to achieve. Hope that helps. Any other thoughts, questions, concerns?
No, miss.
All right. Just gonna mention this and we'll go on to the question, and hopefully that will help to solidify. Which if goes inside? The inner if is the one that can only be true when the outer if is true. You can only have a mark that is greater than 79 if the mark was greater than 49. 100 must be greater than 49. So do we see that correlation here? Or anyone not seeing this in this example? Okay, I'm not getting a yes for not knowing it, so I'm gonna hold that. That is making sense. All right, I see that response, thank you. All right, let's go to the question. Let's go back. It's going to skip and we're going to go back. Okay, so this question is pretty similar to what we just did. And notice it tells us directly that we need to use nested if. If the mark entered is greater than or equal to 70, we display grade A. Otherwise, if the mark entered is greater than or equal to 60, then display grade B. For all other marks entered, display the statement grade not available. Let's focus on the first part. If the grade is greater than or equal to 70, it's grade A. Otherwise, if the mark entered is greater than or equal to 60, we display grade B. Let's think of what's here. Which if goes inside? First of all, we see the two ifs, right? I mean, there are the words there, but do we see the two conditions? One is where we have greater than or equal to 70, and the other is where what?
Greater than or equal to
Greater
60.
than or equal
to 60, right? So now we need to use nested if. So we're looking for at least two conditions, and we just identified them. Here they are. Now we need to know which one goes inside. The inner if is the one that can only be true when the outer if is true. So out of these two ifs, which one do you think would be the inner if? Which one is only true if the outer one is true?
Greater than or equal to 60.
That's the inner or the outer? Pardon? Didn't hear that, sorry.
the inner.
Okay, so if we're saying greater than or equal to 60 is the inner, remember that to reach the inner, if the outer one has to be true first. So it means that you're saying the first if is 70, the mark is greater than or equal to 70. So what you're saying is if the mark is greater than or equal to 70, then if the mark is greater than or equal to 60.
No, miss, wouldn't it be the other way around?
Right. Right. I'm seeing it on YouTube, 70, yes. Because the outer has to be true first. If the mark is not greater than 70, it's not going to be greater than 60. So we cannot have 60 inside. We have to check 60 first, and then we can see if it's greater than 70. Just like here, we checked 49 first. Because if it's greater than 49, then it's possible that it's greater than 79. Anyone seeing why we're saying the 70 should be, those who were seeing 60 before?
Yes, miss.
All right, cool. So let's look. All right. Let's try to imagine with this here. So we're going to change this to mark is greater than or equal to 60. And our inner if based on what I just said is if mark is greater than or equal to 70, then what do we want to do? So if it's greater than or equal to 70, what do we want to do?
Print grade.
Grade A.
Miss grade A.
Right. So print grade A, write grade A, output grade A, whichever of those words you're familiar with. And then we're going to have, would we have an else here? Or else, so let's walk through it again. Let's say we have the value 65. If 65 is greater than 60, then we check this condition. If 65 is greater than 70, but that's false, so we go to our else. What do we want to say in that case? So it's greater than 60, but it's not greater than 70.
We're going to put grade B.
Grade B.
Awesome, right. So based on this line here, otherwise, if the mark inside is greater than or equal to 60, then we display grade B. Nice. And then we can end our inner if, right? Because that's what, if it's greater than 70, that's it. There's nothing else that it told us to do, or greater than 60. But what about the other marks? It gave us another instruction. For all other marks, display the statement grade not available. Now, what we think about is, when would we encounter the other marks? Let's look at it again. Let's say our mark is, the other mark would be like what? Give me a number that would be another mark.
59.
59, right? Because it's based on the condition. It has, the other marks would not be greater than or equal to 70, nor would they be greater than or equal to 60. Awesome. So let's see where we would end up if we had 59. 59 greater than 49, that's false. So we're skipping all of this. We're going to an else, and we need an else because it told us to address these other marks. So what would we do in our else for these other marks?
Print grade not available.
Right, grade not available. Awesome. So let's see this written here. So yeah, I put in the read. It didn't tell us to prompt, but I just put in a read. So if the mark, so I know what variable I'm working with. So read mark, and then if the mark is greater than or equal to 60, then we check another condition. This is our nested. If the mark is greater than or equal to 70, then we write grade A. Otherwise, we write grade B. And in our if. Else, that the mark is not greater than or equal to 60, we write grade not available. All right, so I'm gonna ask two questions. First one is, can someone help us? Can someone pick a number and run through what would happen, please? Anyone? Like, which line would we go to if we had that number?
Miss, if the number was 48, it would say grade not available.
So let's right. So that's the answer. But tell me how you got there. Like, when we're at this line, what were your thoughts? What was the decision?
Miss, because the number is not greater than or equal to 60 or 70, so them can't get the grade A or the B.
So
yeah.
All right, good. So that's the logic of it, the logic behind it. And if we look at the code itself, or the pseudocode itself, the condition is false. So it means that we go to which line?
The next line?
The next one?
It falls to
the else, right? This else.
Oh, okay. So because all of the previous condition falls, you go to the next else. That is what I say.
Well, not even, I wouldn't even say all of the conditions. We're looking at the first one. So, I mean, all they're false, but even before thinking about that, we look at the first condition and we see that this one is false. And the only way we go where the indentation is if it's true. This is false, so we're not going to do what's indented. We're going to skip to the next line that is in the same column, which is the else.
Yes, miss.
All right, great. Awesome. Any questions?
No, miss.
All right. So we are, how are you guys feeling in terms of time and mental, tiredness? How are you guys doing?
I'm fine.
All right. So my original plan was, what is it? All right. So we go up officially to 5. So we're going to be taking lunch at 1. And yeah, so hopefully you're all okay and we continue. You need to stretch, take a break, drink some water.
Repeat about what you said is about the break.
Sure. So since we're going to 5, we're going to take our lunch break at 1. So we end up from 10 to 1 and 2 to 5. Okay. So we go a little bit more and then we take our break. Okay. All right. So keep going. We're at flowcharts now. It says draw a flowchart to illustrate the following segments of the algorithm. If you are ready to pay, then make payment. Else, consider a payment plan. Any thoughts, symbols coming to your mind as you see this for flowchart? What symbols do you think we need?
A parallelogram.
All right. See these shapes not even in my mind, you know. But all right, parallelogram. What would that do for us? What would we be using that for?
She said the parallelogram.
So I'm asking, what would we be using that for?
Inputs and outputs.
It is the output and the input.
All right. Do we have any outputs or inputs here in this algorithm?
Miss make
Yes,
payment.
miss.
All right. Payment.
Since we are going to need the diamond.
All right, I'm gonna need diamond. I hear that. Before we get back to the diamond, let's deal with the input output. Everybody's saying make payments is input output.
Yes, miss, and consider payment plan.
Are you inputting or outputting?
Miss, I think make payment is input, consider payment plan is a decision.
Okay.
And you have the...
Miss, I think like you'd write the diamond and then coming out of the diamond would be 2 parallelograms, one for make payment and one for consider payment plan.
Okay. So, all right, let's look at make payment. Are we saying that's input or output and why?
Miss and output.
Okay, so you're...
Miss, before I think you should have, if you are ready to pay as a decision, and then after that you have 2 outputs, which would be either you're not ready to pay, which is where that algorithm would end, or you are ready to pay, at which point you make the payment.
Okay. So, okay, you're saying at which point we'd have make or consider. So for what you're thinking there is, for example, for the making payment, is that an input output process?
Make payment would be a process. Consider payment would be a process.
Okay. Anyone agree, disagree? Or let me ask you first. Why do you say it's a process?
Because that's what's going to lead to the end of the algorithm.
Okay. Okay. And so you don't think you're inputting anything nor outputting anything there?
I'm not sure. I can see where it could be the other thing. I just think process is most appropriate.
Okay. By the way, I see, Shamar, your question, I just saw it. So we have to probably jump back to it if we can. All right, but for now, let's continue with the flowchart. So actually, my thought with this question, I also thought of it as a
Miss, Miss, wouldn't it be, Miss, like you have the diamond, Miss, and then you ask ready to pay, Miss, and on one side you put yes, make payment plan, or no, consider payment plan, Miss. Miss, would it be yes, make payment, and then you draw the symbol to continue, Miss, and you'd put stop, or on the other side of the diamond, Miss, you'd put no, and then you'd say consider payment plan.
So yeah, I think we agree with that format. I agree. So first we have our start, and we're gonna ask if they're ready to pay, and then one side we'd have our yes, and the other side we'd have our no. So yes, that's true. I think what we're trying to talk, what we're talking about now is whether on those two sides, yes and no, are these inputs, outputs, processes. And for me, when I looked at this, I thought of it as a process. I guess because it didn't say something like receive payment, enter payment, anything like that. And like consider, there's no entering of any information there. I also didn't see something like print payment amount, print or prompt them to make a payment, prompt them to consider a payment plan. So that made me think, and make payment, that's an action, that's something you have to do, something that takes a few work. So I thought a bit of processing, but a lot of you said inputs. So I encourage you guys to bring it to your teacher to be sure. I am not a teacher. So if you want clarification, confirmation, I encourage you to bring it to your teacher. But I thought of it as a process. So I have the start, as we mentioned, then our diamond, because we have an if, and I have my yes, I have my no, and I put them as processes. And then I've added in my stop. So apart from perhaps wanting to see what your teacher would say, whether input or process, do we see the structure? Are we clear on the structure of it?
Yes, miss.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? All right. So we continue. All right, great. Now we're going to go to trace table. Everyone's familiar with a trace table? What's our understanding of what we use them for? I heard that, yes, thank you. What do we do with a trace table?
Miss, trace table follow the algorithm though, miss.
They follow it.
Yeah, like, so check if the algorithm going to sequence is right. Something like that. All right.
Okay. What do we, let me ask you this, what do we write in our trace table?
You write each input and output for each step of the algorithm.
Okay, I heard somebody, couldn't hear you clearly, somebody said something about numbers, and then I heard you say that we write the result of each step. The person who said numbers, could you repeat or clarify what you're saying, please?
No,
Not
that's a numbers in trace tables.
Okay, numbers in trace tables. So what numbers, where we get those numbers from?
It's from the algorithms.
From the algorithm, okay. And those would be the numbers for what, the variables?
Yes, miss.
All right. I see that response, Manny. I see it. Almost a minute. Let's see if we can just get it, and so we can just do it and move on, right? So I heard that response with the values for the variables. Let me know if anyone that doesn't make sense for. All right, I'm seeing your responses, Shamar. So, and let's look at what's in this trace table. So A and B. Those A and B, what are those in our algorithm?
2 and 10.
Okay, they start out as 2 and 10, yes. But like A and B itself, what would you call them in terms of?
Line 1 and 2.
Okay, they're in line 1 and 2, yes. What the word I was looking for is variables, but that's fine. Yeah, just to say that they're variables. So our trace table is keeping track of the values of variables as we go through our program. So in this trace table, we're looking at the values of A and B as we go through our program. So let us see. This is just a little explanation. I believe this is from the study guide as well. A trace table has a column for each variable used in the algorithm. As you work your way through the dry run, you use the trace table to note down the value of each variable at each stage of the process. In a very simple trace table, you might have a row for each line of the algorithm. If you are testing a slightly longer algorithm, for example, one that includes a loop, then typically there is one row in the table for each iteration of the loop. Just to point out, this example here had 3 lines. So I'm not going to have a line for each, or a row, let me use that word, for each line, because we have 7 lines, 3 rows here. So you'll see me use each line for more than one, each row for more than one line, because I'm just working with what they gave me here. But question, this word dry run, does that make sense to you? What comes to your mind when you see dry run? If it doesn't make sense, you can say that as well. If that doesn't
to run the program without any kind of set values.
Any kind of what?
Set values.
Set values. What do you mean by that?
So there's nothing specific, you're just running to see if it works.
Well, given that it's saying that we're writing down the value for each variable, would you agree that there are values that we're working with?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right, yeah. If anyone has another definition, feel free to share. I think of
it like a test run to ensure that as you go down each stage of the process, that all the variables and values would be like consistent with each other.
Yeah. So we're going through. Yeah, we're going through to see what happens with the variables as we go through the lines of code. All right, I see that message. I will try my best to. This is formatted already, so we shall try to adapt. But feel free to ask any questions as we go, so we can try to clarify, okay? That's responding to a direct message there. So a trace table is tracking the values of our variables as we go through each line of code. Just gonna skip. So I'm gonna look at this briefly, and yeah, we'll continue here. So our two variables are A and B. Do we agree? The person who direct message, do you agree so far that the two variables are A and B? And everyone? Yes, no?
Yes,
all right.
miss.
All right, I see that yes. And what's happening in this first line?
A
is equal to 2.
And B isn't equated to anything, therefore that column is going to be blank or have a dash.
All right, I hear that, and thank you for that. That's true. And before we get to the table, I heard someone saying A is equal to 2. That's what the line is doing, and yes, and we can call this initializing the variable. So we're giving the variable A the value 2. Okay, so again, it's gonna skip. Our trace table is keeping track of the value of each variable. So we're good. As we look at each line of code, we are looking to see what's the value of the variable. Has it changed? If it has changed, then we're going to write the new value in the table. Let's see. Let's see if we can. There's none of our examples before. Can I? Oh, can I annotate? Okay, can you see that? That column might not be the best. Can you see this?
Yes, miss.
All right, great. 1 second, please. All right, this is not letting me. But for that question, right after this, I think I'll do that. So that may, yeah, thanks. Okay, oh, it's still drawing. All right. So we're gonna work through this and we'll soon be at our break. Let's look at this algorithm again. Let's look at the variable price. When we started, so our dry run, we're running through the program, running through the steps of the algorithm, and we're putting in values, and we're seeing what happens to them. So let's focus on price. We'll have to add other values, but let's just focus on price. Price starts out at what value?
0.
All right, nice. And then we do some other initializations and we ask them to enter the price of the item. Somebody give me a price.
$525.
I think that was 505. All right, thank you. So the variable price now holds what value when we reach this line?
$505.
Right. So we asked them to enter, and then they actually entered it, and we read that value in. And when we have this line, read price, price is going to be set to whatever the user entered. So it's now equal to 505. And price doesn't change again. When we get to this line, set total to be price times quantity, the value of price here is still 505 because we did nothing else to it. True?
Yes, miss.
All right. So let's continue. Okay. Stop annotating. Okay. So our first line, A is equal to 2. So I have 2 here. When we get to this line, is anything changing in our trace table?
Yes, B equal to 10.
Right. So we put 10 in our trace table under B because we are updating the values of the variables as we go along. We have our variable A, we have our variable B. And we got to line 2, and line 2 sets B to be equal to 10. So we add that in. Line 3, while A is less than B, do. Is this true? Is A less than B?
Yes.
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
Right, so 2 is less than 10. So we go into our while loop. Then we're going to print A and B. What would we be printing out?
210.
210. Awesome. And I'll say this. Now our trace table, as you said, it's keeping track of the values of their variables. Our value hasn't changed. It's still 2 and 10. Right? We're printing it out, but we haven't changed the value. So we're not doing anything else in our trace table for line 4. Okay. Line 5. What's happening in line 5?
B
Divide 10 by 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, making sure, yeah. So next thing in our trace table, B is going to change, yes? What does B change to?
5.
5.
Awesome. Then we go to our end while. What do we do after we go to here? When we reach our end while, what next do we do?
We're going to print A and B.
Remember, we're in a while loop, right? Or there is a while loop. So do we immediately jump to line 7 or do we do something first?
We're going to end the while loop. Not sure.
All right, I hear that. Okay, any other thoughts? Line 3. All right, why do you say line 3?
Because the algorithm is going to keep going while line 3 is true.
All right, yes. So thinking back to when we looked at the loops earlier, when we're doing a while loop or any kind of loop, when we get to the end, we always go back up and check our condition again. So when we get to end while, what the computer does is it actually goes back up to the condition and checks. Because remember, our loop is supposed to repeat, right? It's supposed to loop. It's supposed to check the condition, and then if it's true, it goes again. So it's going to come back up to line 3 while A is less than B. And let me just move so you can see that A is still 2. Is A still less than B?
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
All right, so we're going to repeat our loop. So we print A and B, which means we're printing 2 and 5, because those are the values A and B have. Then we go to line 5. What happens here now?
Divide.
We're going to divide.
Mm-hmm. What's changing in our trace table?
The B.
Okay, and what value will B have now?
2.5.
Okay, everybody good with that?
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
I'm gonna have fractions for div and mod.
All right, so div and mod. Mod is the one where, mod is the one that's a little different. The regular divide, you can have your, you would end up with decimals. All right, so we're gonna work with the decimal for now. Again, feel free to check anything you're unsure. All right, so our 2.5. And we go to our end while, which means we then go back up to line 3. And I'm going to just move to show you that A is still 2, nothing has changed. And we check our condition again. Is A less than B?
Yes, miss.
So we go again, and we divide B again, and we get that. All right. Now we come back up. A less than B?
No.
Yes.
No. All right. So that means what do we go to?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, not hearing you. And I see that question in the chat. We shall, right?
Also, we're going to continue to do the loop until B is actually lower than A.
Right. Right. So we go until this is false. And if we look at it now, A less than B, 2. So it's the values are 2 and 1.25. Is 2 less than 1.25? No. So we go back to line, or we go down to line 7. And we print A and B, and that's the end. Okay. All right. I see that response in the chat. And so we end with this being our trace table. Any thoughts, questions?
We can do one more.
One more of this?
Yes, miss.
I don't have one more here. Do you have one more? Or you want us to make up some values and try it again?
Yeah, we can make up some.
Make up some values and try it again.
All right, so we'll do that, and then we'll go to a earlier break. All right. Give me some values. What would you like A to be?
4.
4. All right. I'm crossing out the values that we have in our table. You know, I could just go back to when our table is clear. I could do that. Yes, let's do that. That would probably be clearer. Let's undo that. And we go to here. All right, so it's gonna be a little smaller, but let's go again. So somebody said 4 for A. And what would we like B to be? Anyone?
15.
20.
All right, I'm gonna go with the first one I heard, which was 15. Why is this not writing for me? Okay. 15. This is difficult to write. Why is it so difficult? Wow. All right. Forgive the terrible drawing. All right, 15. And I'm gonna redo my table over here. And this is A. And I'm going to switch text because this is much easier. All right, so what's our first, what are we adding to our trace table for line 1? Line 1 says A is equal to 4. What goes in our trace table?
4.
Where?
4 at A.
At A.
Or at A.
A.
Good. What happens for line 2?
B is 15.
Okay, B is 15. All right. Line 3. What can somebody read through line 3 with the values? So read it, but put in the values instead of A and B.
While 4 is less than 15.
Awesome, thank you. So while 4 is less than 15, is that true?
Yes.
Yes, miss.
So we go to line 4 because our condition is true. So we're printing out A and B. Do we add anything to our trace table? Bearing in mind
Yes,
that our,
because we're going to divide.
okay, for line 4, let me say, for line 4, do we add anything?
No.
No, right? Because the variables have not changed. We add to our trace table when a variable changes value. When we print, we're just printing out, the value doesn't change. So we go to line 5. What happens in line 5? What's the result of this?
We divide in 4 by 15.
4 by 15 or the other way?
Other way, mistake.
Okay. All right, 15 by 4. All right, guys, give me some very interesting numbers, you know, so you have to help me with the calculation now. All right, so what's our answer?
3.75.
Awesome. All right, where does that go?
Under B.
Under B.
Under the 15.
Right, I'm hearing multiple under B, so I agree. And what I like to do and what is typically done if we add a value for one variable, just to be clear, if the other value has not changed, we just put back the same value in the same row. So at any time when we're looking at a particular row, we're looking at the latest row, we know what the value for each variable is. So what would we put under A?
4.
4.
4, right. So based on line 5, A has not changed, so we put back what it already was, which is 4. So now when you look at our trace table, our lowest line has the correct values for our variables. Nice. So we just did line 5, we go to line 6. And when we go to line 6, what do we then do?
We're going to repeat the loop. No, we're going to end it because it's smaller.
All right, so you said we're going to end it because it's smaller, but how you know that? Which line do you go to check that?
Line 3.
Line 3.
Right, so good. So when we go to line 6 and we say end while, we don't just jump and move on to line 7. It's a loop, so we go back up and we check the condition again, just like how you came to a conclusion, right? You did a comparison. So we look at line 3 and we say while A, what is A? Look at our last line, it's 4 is less than B. What is B? B is 3.75. Is 4 less than 3.75? No.
No.
So we don't do our while loop. We go, we exit our loop and we go to line 7 where we just print. And if we're printing, it means that nothing has changed with our values. So does anything change with our trace table? If our values have not changed, will our trace table change?
No, miss.
All right, good. I see that no and I hear that no. All right, yes. So our trace table is finished here because we've reached the end of our loop and nothing more has changed with our variables. All right. Are there any other questions?
Miss, in the while loop, miss, it could have been a case where the A would have greater than the B, but it had just like still go through the process of the loop. In any case them give.
Go through the process of the what?
The while loop. So
no, because once the condition, if A is greater, then that means the condition is false. And once the condition is false, we do not do what's inside of the loop.
Okay, miss, yeah.
So our while loop, we only do it if it's true. So while something is true, then we do whatever. Yeah. Any other questions? All right, somebody's asking to do 20. Do we want to quickly do 20 and then continue?
It's okay, miss.
I don't know if that means yes.
No, I'm saying I was the one who goes to the 20, but I'm saying I don't need to the 20. That's
All
just
right.
me.
Okay. Anybody else had wanted to do the 20? For clarity?
Miss, you're going to do another one?
This is the last trace table question here. So we could do the 20. Otherwise, we'd move on to, we go to lunch and then move on to another topic when you come back.
Let's move on.
All right. The person who said 20, you said that was you who's saying it's okay?
Yes, miss, it's fine.
All right, cool. All right, so good job, guys. Hope it's making some sense so far. Hope it's helping so far. We are not quite at 1, but I think this would be a good point to take a break. Now, we are still at paper 2. We have database, we have spreadsheets. I think based on some of your responses earlier on, like weeks ago when some questions were asked, those seem to be, this database and spreadsheet seem to be the main topics we want to focus on. And I believe those will also take some time. So not sure if we'll get to Word and so on. And then there's also multiple choice. So bearing that in mind, so just bear that in mind overall, because we go up to 5. And kind of coming off of that question, do we take the full hour break or do we take half an hour? How are you guys feeling?
Half an hour up to 45 minutes.
All right, can I, hold on, I think, am I able to do this? All right, I'm seeing 45. I'm trying to see if I can, okay. I was looking to see if I could upload, but I don't think I'm able to. So, all right, so I'm hearing 45. Let's do the 45. And let's just round it off, say it's 12:45. So we come back at 1:30. All right, everyone. So see you at 1:30. Enjoy some lunch. See you then.
Miss, just stay on the meet, miss.
Pardon?
Stay on the meet.
No man, go and get your lunch, take a break, walk, eat, clear your mind a little bit, and we come back 1:30 and start fresh.
But I was saying once log off, I'll just keep my laptop on it.
Oh man, you can keep it on it. That's fine.
Okay, miss.
All right, see you guys at 1:30. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Are we here? Are we ready to go? Had some good lunch? No niggeritis? Let me know if you're here. All right, so we have a few minutes for everyone to be back. Once you're back, you can let me know in the chat. Type ready, thumbs up, any of the above. Let's see that.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, our tutor, her Wi-Fi just chipped out. However, she's trying to rejoin. So around 10, 15 minutes, so just giving her some time, and then we'll figure out a plan from there. If not, okay?
Yeah.
everyone. Everyone's still here, or are we coming back? Let me know when you are here. Okay, great, thank you. Let me know if you're here so we know we're good to go. Please. Everyone else with us, ready?
Yes, miss.
Great, thank you for that. So 2 responses. Anyone else ready and here to go? All right, there we go. We're getting there. All right, so we shall just begin. So. Let's go. So disclaimer, Flow is still not working with me, so I'm currently trying to use data. So let's see how long this lasts. I potentially may have to turn off my camera after a while to preserve that until internet is back. So let's go. Everyone seeing my screen? Yes, okay, great. All right, thank you for those responses. Not seeing YouTube responses right now, but let's proceed. All right, so hope you guys had a good lunch, and let's go again and go into database. All right, so this is our first question. It says, consider the following spreadsheet containing fields from the database table, learner, driver, below. And let's just look at the table a little bit. We're seeing the learner driver, that's the person whose names, when the date their permit was issued, when it expires, test date, status, category, and instructor. All right. Identify the field that could be used as a primary key and state one reason why it may not be a suitable primary key. So for we answer with the field, how would you guys define a primary key? Are we familiar with that term, and what comes to mind when we hear that term?
Miss, is it like a unique key that highlights a field that does not repeat?
Awesome. Yeah, precisely. Anyone want to give another view or add anything to that? Unique
Miss,
key.
a field that uniquely identifies each record in a table.
Right. Awesome. So good job. So precisely, it's a field that you can use to identify each record. So it's unique for everyone, as you guys have said, though the values do not repeat. So given that definition, let's answer the first part of this question. Is there any field here that you think could be the primary key? What are your thoughts? If you don't see anything, you can say that too.
Miss date.
Date? Which date?
Well, I was looking at the test date, but
not every column, not every row has that, right?
yes.
Mr. Name, learner driver.
All right, I'm hearing two learner drivers. Anyone else agree, disagree?
Instructor.
The instructor. Well, is the instructor unique for every record?
No, miss.
All right. All right, so I see that agree, and I hear that no for it's not repeated. All right, so that says you have to cross off instructor. If we look at the fields, learner driver is unique from what we're seeing here. Permit issue date, that's not unique. We have the 30th of the first here, we have it here, and again, and even just thinking about it, people could have gotten their permits on the same day. That's very possible, so that wouldn't be unique. Similar thing for the expiration, test dates, not only one person has that. The status repeats, category repeats, instructor repeats. So our best option is learner driver. Awesome. But the second part of the question, state one reason why it may not be a suitable primary key.
Miss, because more than one learners may have the same name.
Nice. Do you guys agree with that? Any disagreements?
Yes, I agree with that.
All right, agree. I see it. Awesome. So yeah, that's true. People can have the same name. John Brown. I mean, that's kind of unusual, but it happens, you know, the Browns and so on. So that would be a good answer. Learner driver is our best option, but it's not ideal because persons can have the same name. All right, so that's our primary key. Use it to uniquely identify each record. Let's continue. One of the tables in the database is the instructor table. Complete the table below to show the field name and the data types that could be used in the instructor table. So this is coming from the same original question where we saw the instructor for each learner driver. And now we want a table, and based on this, it's just giving us two fields, right? Because it's the field name, there are only two rows. So what are two fields that we could use in a table called the instructor table? Any thoughts?
Short text.
Okay, so that's a data type. What short text for what field?
For instructor name.
Okay, nice. So we could have their name. Anything else we could have about them?
Miss the date.
Okay, what is that date? Like, is it today's date? What date is that?
Mr. Could you go back, please? I think it's test date. Yes, test date.
So, okay, so my question would be, that's possible, but I'd love to understand what you're thinking about. So why would we, if the table, is called instructor table. So that suggests it's giving us information about the instructor. So what would having test date in there mean?
Could it be like the date that the person has to test the driver? The instructor has to test the driver, say like his schedule.
Okay. All right, I hear you. So what I'd ask next or mention next is there are two fields. Currently, what somebody suggested was instructor name, and then you're suggesting the date for the test. So is it that if all we have is the instructor and in this table, the instructor and the date, we wouldn't know, just from this table, we wouldn't know which learner driver that date corresponds to. So is it that you wanted, all right, so let me say that. And yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts more on the date. Is it that you could have an instructor having multiple dates in the table, or is it that they only have one date in the table? Or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I want you to think about that idea that I mentioned, because it could work. So we have a table, instructor table. This is a table that we want, maybe we run a driving school and we want useful information about our instructors all in this table. If we have the test date, yeah. Let me rephrase and put it as a suggestion. So I think it could perhaps be either option. So maybe it is that each instructor is only available for one day, and that's just the test day that they're available. And so when you look at this table, you can see what date each instructor is available for. So that's an option. I do think that more than likely instructors would be available for more than one day if it's a school. Maybe if it's a one-time event or something, then they might have just one day. Yeah, alternatively.
No, I haven't got not to talk to.
Is that for us? Okay, I think not. All right, another option, they could have multiple dates in the table, and maybe it is that they're available for multiple days and we have their name repeating with each of the dates that they have. So just sharing that so you can give thought to what would be the purpose of the field that you're suggesting. I see in the chat, and feel free to share other suggestions as well if you have any other thoughts. I see that you could put the instructor's clients and learner driver's names. I think those are the similar thoughts. Yeah, I think you could do that, but you see, because the table before already had the learners' names and the instructors' names, the instructors' table, you'd more than likely want information that you don't already have in another table. So what else could we want to know about the instructor? Let's imagine that we have a driving school. What do we want to know about our instructors, the people that we are perhaps hiring to teach? Anything you'd like to know about them?
Age.
Age, okay, years of experience, nice. Their contact information, gender, right. Nice. All right, cool. I like those responses. So The key things that just came out of that are one where, so we want to consider why whatever field we're suggesting would be useful, especially because this question is related to the one before. And in the one before, we had some information about the instructors already. So this table needs to have something different, but otherwise you can just use the other table. So let's see some of the things I thought about. So I thought about having their name and an ID number. And nothing is wrong. I see nothing wrong with what you guys suggested. This is just what came to my mind. So I think one of the reasons why, okay, it's gonna skip. One of the reasons why I thought about this is when I was looking at this table, their names are repeated multiple times. So, and when you have employees, a lot of times people have employee IDs. So I just thought about having an ID number for each of them. But yeah, we could have many other things. Another thing I thought about was having the category. So maybe I want to just see the name and the categories that they deal with. Because in this table, we had categories. Now we can get this information from this table, and that could be a reason not to opt for this option. I think one of the reasons why I was considering it is, what if each instructor is able to do different categories? Maybe it's just not shown in this table. Then that table could show all of the categories. So that was the thought. But contact years of experience, yeah, for sure. Manny, you have a question or comment?
Miss, wouldn't ID number be auto number? Field data type?
It can be, but it doesn't have to be. Auto number, of course, would automatically create the ID, but let's say that the business has a particular way of setting the ID. For example, okay, so for example, in some businesses, they might have, like for example, shops, or let me use the term department store, for example, they might have an ID for each section. So like if you look at a product, they might have a special ID on the price tag for each product, and the ID might start with the code that represents the department it's in. So if it's in the cosmetics department, maybe it starts with a C. So just to say that in some cases, people may have their own way of defining the ID. So it may not just be 1, 2, 3. So it can be because maybe you don't have a special way, or if you do, then you could have a data type that's not automatic. Make sense?
Yes, miss.
All right, cool. Any other questions? Okay, see, if not, let's continue. Identify the field name from the instructor table that would be most suitable as a primary key. All right, so we'll think about this example and then the ones that you guys mentioned. So in this example, what would you say? I say ID number. Any other answers or agreements? ID, all right. All right, I agree, because ID is more than likely going to be unique, even if it's more than likely going to be unique. All right, awesome, thanks for the responses. So with your guys' examples, where for the most part we had their name and then some other information like years of all right, let's go through. Let's say we had the name and then the years of experience. What would be a choice there?
Name.
Name, okay. Name, yeah, because it's very possible and very likely that people will have the same number of years of experience. Contact information. What do you think? So somebody said contact. Anyone agree, disagree? Not sure. Any other thoughts?
I agree with contact number.
Pardon?
I agree with contact information.
All right, thank you. All right, I would go with that too. It's especially because when you say contact information, more than likely, it's probably in that single field is probably either a phone number or an email address. And email, they tend to be unique. And names can repeat, so that may be the safer option. Yeah, if it's, and it said primary key, so it's one field. So I think that's a good option. Just to mention, if yeah, I'm thinking about potential scenarios, but for the typical case, yeah, contact should be fine. So let's go if there are no questions. So as we said, in this example, the best option would be ID number. Yeah. And somebody mentioned earlier, short text. Yeah, so in some of the text, most of the text, they just say text as a data type, but in database, you see the two options broken down, and more than likely you choose short text for name. All right, let's look at this question. Okay, so same table. Write the results of another query that lists the learner drivers assigned to risk. So first of all, what's a query?
Query is what we use to find records pertaining to certain, well, basically us asking a question to see results regarding people.
Okay, nice. Any other answers or additions, agreements? Okay, I was asking what's a query? So the answer that we got was that so he phrased it a few ways. So it's getting records or information from a table based on a particular criteria. And he also phrased it as like asking a question and you're getting the results that match, or the results that are the answer to that question. And I agree with that. So for this query, how do you think we can write this? Or before I specifically ask that, how do we write a query? The criteria is, we mentioned the word criteria. What are we, I want to make up a word and say criteria in, but what are we comparing in this criteria? Like we have in our table, we have records, we have fields, we have, particular cells. How would we check for this query here? Learner drivers assigned to Rick. Any thoughts?
You said your criteria field would be the instructor, and their specific instructor would be Rick.
Okay, all right. So we're comparing the value of the field instructor to Rick. Gotcha, thank you. And I see that same response in the chat as well. And I would agree, because Rick is under the instructor column, and we want all the records that have Rick as instructor. So I agree. So so that's how we write it. And then the results, looking back at the question, it actually asks us for the results. So what would our results be? And notice, by the way, that it says list the learner drivers. So it's focusing in on this column here. So what would our answer be?
Chad Conway, Regina Clarendon.
Nice. And I see somebody agreeing within the chat. Yeah, I agree. If anyone is unclear, feel free to voice it. You can always private message if anything. Yeah, I would agree with that. And Abigail, I don't know if you were just shortening it. All right, I see that response. I don't know if you're just shortening it for the sake of typing, but just I would encourage you to ensure that when you're actually writing it, you write out the full thing, meaning the full name, since those are the values that are there. So probably just shortening it, but yeah. So, okay, awesome. So yes, we have those answers there. Nice. All right, let's continue. Now this, I don't know why this looks like it, but let's try to read this mountain of words. A department has created a database with one table named stock to store computer and related equipment in the department. A part of the database is shown below. So we have a few columns: code, equipment, manufacturer, date of production, date of something, and warranty. The question says, name 2 data types, I see that answer, other than text data type used in the stock table. All right, seeing some answers in the chat. Any other thoughts?
Number.
And I see date and time. I'm seeing character. Any thoughts on those answers? Agreements, disagreements? Number and date, okay. What do you guys think about character?
I'm not sure what it's called, but I know it goes in the same lines as integer and boolean.
Okay. So question, do we see character? All right, that's a long text. Do we see character in the table? Which column would have character? Somebody is not sure about character. Okay. Richie, which column were you? Not hearing you clearly.
Character again.
So character usually means a singular letter, like just A or B.
Then no, Miss Character.
Okay, got you, Richie, and thank you for that. Not into the name, but thank you for that response. I wouldn't say code, Richie, since a character would mean a singular letter. So if it had just been the G, for example, then yes. But yeah, the other thing though, let me confirm, but I don't think does, let me look back here. Does, okay, I'm trying to check somewhere else, but okay. Does database have character? Okay, I'm looking at database on another screen. I'm not seeing character. So perhaps in other programs, or like, I think Pascal has it, if I remember correctly. But in database, we actually only have short text and long text. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for adding that comment. Got you. So we see our, okay. All right, so we see our short text, long text. Well, not really long. There's no long here. You could set it as long, but they're pretty short. So more than likely they're set to short text. The date / time and then number. All right, so date and time and number, for example. Awesome, let's continue. Same table, state the field most appropriate for use as the primary key and indicate the reason for your choice. Thoughts? See code, code, code. Okay. All right, seems everybody's saying code, and I would agree. That's the, first of all, it just looks like an ID number. It's code, that sounds like an ID number. So that's a big hint right there. If we look at the other columns, things do repeat or could very well repeat. So great. And the reason, as we pointed out, awesome, there we go. Unique, it uniquely identifies each record. So each record, it's unique to each record and it doesn't iterate. Awesome. I would just add in the formal answer, it's unique to each record or uniquely identifies each record, just to be super clear. Yeah. All right, we're making good progress. So let's continue. Okay, same table. A query was created on the stock table and the result is shown below. So the query has equipment, the date, and warranty, and it's asking us what criterion was used for the query. Thoughts?
Warranty that lasted for 3 years.
All right. Any other thoughts? Agree, disagree? Agree. All right, I'll say that. All right. Does anyone not see why it would be warranty for 3 years? Are we all good? Okay, sounding like we're all good. And I would agree, if you don't see it, can always still say it. But yes, I would agree. Warranty for 3 years. Even just based on the table here, that's the only thing that's consistent. So when we do a query, just like the previous example, we're checking on a particular condition. And so usually we're checking if something is maybe, if the values in a particular field are equal to a certain value. And if that's the case, then for everything in our results, we're going to see that value for that field. And in this results, warranty for each record is free. So yeah, that looks to be the criterion. And if we even check back the original table, we notice that every row that had 3 as the warranty is in the answer. And every row that didn't have 3 is missing from the answer. So that confirms it for us. Awesome. Let's continue. I think I'm just showing what that might look like. Yeah, so warranty year, the criteria is equal to 3. And you would have included equipment and DOP in your query and ticked them as wanting to be shown. Okay. Now we move on to a new table. Well, actually, not new table, a report that's generated from that table. And it's asking what field was used to group the records. Any thoughts?
Miss Doctor, the code for those that had the same letters, first 2 letters.
First 2 letters for what exactly?
The code.
Ooh, okay. Okay, I like that thought. I'm seeing a lot of manufacturers. For the thought about the code, I'd like to point out this. So when you're looking for what things were grouped by, one, it's typically by an entire field. not by part of the field. Perhaps in, in other coding scenarios, platforms, that may be possible, but inside of database, it's usually by the field, meaning the entire value. And then the other thing to consider is if you get the result to look at, you can notice how it looks visually. So if you look at manufacturer, you see that this second row is blank, right? So this is because it's showing you the groups. So APC, are these two records belong to APC. Then we move on to Canon. So it's kind of like, how you have a heading and then you see the two things. Yeah, so this is a heading, if you will, or the grouping, and we see the two records. Then we see Canon, just that alone, Dell, and nothing is here, and which means that it belongs to Dell. And HP, we see this belongs. Yeah, and a lot of times too, not necessarily, but a lot of times when we're grouping things, we probably put the group in the first field, move it to the first section so that it's kind of easier to read. So that's another hint as well. Another way you could confirm is by going back to this table. So, on your actual paper, you'll be able to look back at this table and see what's going on. So if we look at APC, we saw stabilizer and UPS. We go back. If we look at that table, sorry, we saw the first two rows were stabilizer and UPS. And if we check back here, we see that the manufacturer was APC. If we go and look at Dell, okay, Canon was only printer, and Dell was system, unit, and monitor. Let's look here. Canon, only printer, that matches, and Dell, system, unit, and monitor. So it really seems to be based on the manufacturer. All right, so I hope that helps. Person who suggested code can let me know if that helps. So we used how it looks. We also even checked back the table to confirm if we're not sure. All right. Let's look at this one. The Lambu Village Secondary School uses a database named so-and-so with two tables named students and parents to store data on students and their parents. Extracts of these two tables are shown below. We have in students table their student number, first name, surname, date of birth, and house. Table two parents, first name, surname, parent, I guess the type, and student number and occupation. Question is, state the data types of the student number and date of birth fields of the student table. All right, what would we say for student number?
Short text or number.
Okay. What? You have no thoughts? All right, I'm seeing number and I'm seeing date. I'm gonna take it that the date answer was for date of birth. All right, I'm seeing number. Okay, did that, yes. All right, I would agree with number. For the person who spoke, it could be short text as well. It would be allowed. But since there are only numbers, the better answer in this case would be number. So it is possible, but since it's just numbers, we can go ahead and say number. And any disagreements for date of birth? Or any adjustments? No, okay. All right, I would just, to be clear and just safe, I would specify date/time. Granted, it's there's no other option in database, but I would just write out the full thing to be clear. But yeah, date/time. All right, continue. Ooh, okay. Okay, I didn't remember that there were zeros here. All right, so thank goodness for these notes. So text, I have text here because the number data type does not allow zeros at the start except with special formatting. Anyone else remember that now or has ever encountered that? If you can try it later when you, or know if you can open up a database. Yeah. What you can do, is ask your teacher if she or he thinks they would be checking for that. But when I tried it, it wouldn't let me enter a zero at the start. A number leading zeros, as we call them, it doesn't really make a difference for an actual number. So it normally just takes it off. Yeah. So I had text here. You can play around with that later on. Okay, so the person said short text. All right, let's continue. Identify the most appropriate field in the student's table that may be used as the primary key.
The student number.
The student ID number should.
Right, all right, I'm hearing everyone with the same answer, and I agree. Student number, that's very clearly unique. It's our best option for sure. All right. And we know our why based on previous questions. This question says, indicate the primary and secondary fields that are used to sort the data in the parents table. So we're not talking about primary key, talking about which two fields were used to sort the data, which is the primary sort and which is the secondary sort. So let me know your answer once you look.
Primary sort is student number.
I didn't hear you clearly. I heard student number. I'm not sure if that was. And this is for the parents table. Right, I'm seeing different responses. Okay, when you're typing, let me know which one is primary and which one is secondary. Especially if you are typing them, so it's clear on what you're seeing. Right. All right, let's see. See some people saying, all right, let me let them come in first.
Yes. No,
Right. I think we have most of the responses. Somebody has their mic open. If you could until you're ready to ask another question or respond. Thank you so much. All right. So I'm seeing some surname for primary. I think those are all most of the, yes, this will be available after. All right, so I'm seeing mostly surname for primary. I'm also seeing student number for primary. All right, let's look at student number. So student number, if it's primary, that would be in order. And we have 0, 4, then 0, 1, then 1, 2. So that seems off because the 0, 1 would have had to come first, and then 0, 4. So that wouldn't be our first sort. Let's look at the other option, which is surname for primary. We have Davis, Hussein, Hussein, Knight, Lee, Nareen. All right, so this is alphabetical, so it's looking good for a sorting. And then let's look at some options for secondary. I'm seeing parent. I am seeing, what else am I seeing? I see parent and I see first name. Not sure if you're giving both answers there or which one. And also seeing student number. All right, so let's look at parent. So if surname is the first, then it means that for each of the same surname, where we have the same surname, parents should then be in order. Either all of them are in alphabetical, are in ascending order or descending order. Let's look at Davis. We have mother then father, so that's descending order. Then Hussein, we have father then mother, so that's ascending. So already things are not matching. It's not for the same surnames, the order is not matching for the potential secondary field. So this doesn't look like it's it. Let's look at student number. For surname Davis, the student numbers are the same. So we can't sort by that because both of the records have the same student number. And the same thing goes for every other case, every other surname. The other option was, somebody says occupation. Let's look for Davis. We have T, then E. But again, if it's sorting and it's a text field, then it either has to be ascending in terms of alphabet or descending. So we have TE, so that's descending. Then we have PH, that's ascending, MH. But then we have MS, which would be ascending. So this doesn't pan out either. And we see first name. Some people are saying first name. Let's look. For Davis, we have L then R, so that's descending. For Hussein, we have H then S, descending. Knight is just 1, that's fine. Lee is just 1, that's fine. At Nareen, we have R then S, that's descending. So there we go. We have our answer right here. So the primary is surname, and the secondary is first name. Cool.
Question. Did you explain how we go about knowing which one, how to find the primary and secondary field?
Kind of, but I'll try to repeat. So when we're sorting, things are going to end up in a particular order. So in our results, we will see whichever field it was sorted by, that's going to be in a particular order that we can tell. More than likely, that's going to be either ascending or descending order. Well, it has to be, right? Ascending or descending. So what we're looking for, we're going to look at each. We're going to look at each field and look to see which one is either in. Okay, let's start. We're starting with the primary, right? So that field will be entirely either ascending or descending, because that's the first thing we're sorting by. So if we're sorting by salary, either we're sorting by ascending in ascending order, or descending order. So all of it would be 10,000, 20, 30, and so on and so on. We wouldn't say 10 and then 50 and then 30. That's not sorted, right? So it's either ascending or descending. That's the primary field. And when we look at this table, the only field that's like that is surname. And then for the secondary field, this is when we're sorting again after we've done the first sort. So when we do the first sorting, we can end up with groups. And that's when we might have a secondary order, secondary sorting. So when we did our primary sort and we sorted by surname, we ended up with groups based on surnames. So we had Davis, that's a surname, and we have two people, Lynette and Rudy, Hussein, Hafiz, and Sharon, and so on. And then they have the other information. Now, what we want to see is, apart from the primary field, which field is ordered by either ascending or descending per group. So we look at the surnames because that's what we sorted on first. And for each group, in other words, for each surname, which other field is sorted by ascending and descending. So for Davis, we look at first name and we see Lynette, then Rudy, so that's descending. All right, cool. Move to the next group, which is Hussein. H then S, that's still descending. Knight only has one, so all right, that can pass. Lee only has one, that can pass. Nareen has two and it's R then S, so that's also descending. So this field is sorted per group. Does that help?
Yes, miss. Yes, miss.
All right, awesome. For that question, should secondary keys be closely linked to the primary key? Well, there's no, rule per se, but I guess it often happens. It often happens that way, but I don't think there's a rule per se. It would just be what makes sense. So how do you want to group people? Like in your class, trying to find an example here. In your class, okay, let me just pause for this question. Hopefully we can get a better example. In the meantime, you were saying descending when the names are in ascending order. If I mix them up, it was probably unintentional. The first names, ascending. I guess, yes, ascending, descending, which one is called which? Whichever one it actually is. Yes, that was kind of loosely. All right, A to Z, I'm looking at database now. A to Z is pointing down, so that would be descending. So I think I was working with that approach, going down the alphabet. You said first name, sorry. Yeah, A to Z, R is pointing down, so descending. Yeah, so that's what I meant. Yeah, but does that help, Manny? All right, cool. And yeah, for the primary keys to secondary, they should be linked to secondary. It's not a rule, but they probably often do. I'm going to assume that's clear, and if not, you can let me know. And then we can try to explain. Otherwise, I'll leave it there. So let's continue. So this was the primary sort field that we said, and first thing was secondary. Awesome. All right, next question, same two tables. Apologies for that. Okay, I think we're good. Students and parents table. State the name of the field that would be used to join the two tables. And we have an answer already. This is student number, okay. Any other thoughts or agreements?
Could it be surname?
The surname as well.
Could it be surname, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we're
Miss, I realized something, so I changed my answer.
Okay, what did you realize?
That there is a Lee in the parents table and there is Natalie in the students table. So like the mother's last name is different from the student's last.
Okay. Okay. All right. I see that. I wouldn't use that as a reason to change the answer though, because if that's the case, so as you pointed out, Lee, let me see here. Okay, well, they're still. Okay, yeah, that could work as a reason. Yeah, I would probably, another way I would think about it is, looking for whichever column is unique. What I want to say is, yeah, that would be another thing I look for, but just to think about other options, but none of them in the parents table are unique. In the student table though, we do have something unique. And if we have something unique in one of the tables, that's probably an option to consider. So we'd end up, because that is going to uniquely identify each record. So we can link the information. I see somebody said student number. Yeah, anyone else agrees, disagrees? And Abigail, what was your thinking behind student number? Okay, just asking what was your thoughts behind saying student number?
I chose that because like it would be used to create the relationship and they were joining two tables. That's actually.
Okay, so it would be used, but I guess I'm trying to get at the why. I think that that Lee answer was good. Lee is absent, so we'd end up with a row that cannot be matched. So yeah. Yeah. Student number, all the student numbers are in the same table, are in the students table. Yeah. All right, good stuff. So we've gotten to the same answer, student number. Let's see. So we see these fields are in both of the tables. Awesome. So we definitely couldn't have used occupation because that's not in students, nor date of birth because that's not over here, nor house because that's not over here. Yeah, awesome. Now we want to write a query to find all students in Lara House. So this is kind of similar to what we did before. But first of all, which table are we using?
House.
Okay, so that's a field, yeah. Awesome. So, okay, I think I heard it there, the students table. Right, table 1, awesome. And our criteria is, criteria? Right, what about Lara? Greater than, equal to, less than?
Equal.
Equal to.
Okay, equal to, yeah. And we want to specify because, I mean, the greater than, well, there actually might be a way for that to work, but we want to specify also because you could, I'm not sure if you guys have used the like characters There might be another term for it, but we want to specify the equal to because there are potential other things we could do with a string in a criteria. So house equal Lara. Nice. And it could look something like this. So in this case, I chose to show all the other fields, and the result would be this up here, which makes sense based on the table that we saw. Okay. Next question. Yes, Shamar, go ahead.
I was asking if when you're writing the criteria, if it has to be Lara in quotation or it doesn't have to be in quotation.
It does have to be in quotation, I believe. Yeah, when I tried it, I always used quotations. Yeah. And why we use quotations, it shows that it's a string versus, I mean, when we look at it, we know it's a string because it's Lara, but when I say string, I mean text, by the way. But yeah, we typically put strings in text in quotation marks, and I believe the text books also show it with strings. You can play around and see if it will work without strings, but I don't think it will. Yeah. All right, so table below shows the structure of a youth table. We have, and this is the design view. We have our fields, data types, and descriptions. State an appropriate data type for each of the fields: name, date of birth, and phone. All right, I've seen responses so far.
For days of week, it would be date, and for phone number, it would be number, and for name, it would be short text.
Okay. All right, thank you for that answer. And I'm seeing them in the chat. Abigail, I see you said short text for phone. Could you tell us why you decided to say short text rather than number?
So when I was in my SCA, we had this table about phone number and all that. And I remember I tried doing it on my database, like putting the dash in between the numbers, and it wasn't working out.
Awesome. So you realized that you had to use short text. Got you. And I see somebody else said text for phone as well. And I agree. So awesome for spotting that. I see somebody else agreeing. Nice. Right, because of the hyphen. So it's good. It's important to look carefully at the description. So even though you see phone, don't skip past the description. And the other things, just in case, don't skip past it because it might have little details about the format that tell you something else. So like the hyphen, a number is not going to allow you to have a hyphen. Numbers, the number data type is purely numbers alone. No text, no symbols, nothing else. So we'd have to use short text. Awesome. So good job. And again, I like to just say the touch time to be super clear. So that was what I had. So which key would we use as primary? This seems to be a very common question. So we're getting a lot of practice with that today.
ID number.
Awesome. So we're well versed on this. I would definitely agree. All of these, when we have ID, that's definitely better than these options. These could potentially repeat. And it says it here, identification number, assigned to the person.
Even though telephone number wouldn't be most appropriate, could it be a primary key as well?
It could be. It more than like it could be, but if you have ID, that's the best option. If you didn't, phone would be a good option. Good job. All right, so ID. And still on the table, write a query to obtain the name of all youths born after 31st of December, 1994. Feel free to type this one. Okay. You're not sure, feel free to say that as well.
Miss?
If somebody says less than,
The greater than sign
greater than sign.
for the date.
Right. All right, good job. Yes. So for those asking, yes, we use the greater than. That's the, since it says after, you can go ahead and use the, let's say more directly to be greater than 31st of December 1994, and see which you provided us with the format. So thank you for that. There's one adjustment that you need to what you wrote there, Richie. You see it, or anybody else see what you need to adjust? Yes. Yes. I don't want to mispronounce the name. Yes, it's for marks. Yeah. So yes, Richie, you changed that 1994 to 94. So again, this is another reason why you want to pay attention to the description, because it gives you the format and the year is only 2 numbers. So you have to follow the format there. What else did I want to point out? Okay, look back at the question. Is there anything else that you noticed in the question that we have not considered either in our answer?
Miss, repeat, please.
So look back at the question and think about this question. Is there anything that the question asks that we have not yet considered in our answer? All right, there we go, awesome, the names. So it's specifying what we should show. So since it's specifying, I would specify my answer that I'm showing the names to be safe, because it didn't just say to obtain the records of persons born, so on. So it didn't just say obtain the youths, which maybe could kind of say everything about them. How would I write the answer? Well, if there were, I don't think there were, there weren't lines here to indicate. I would do one of two things. Okay, it's gonna skip, but let me see if I can jump back to, okay, you see like how we have, this is the actual, screenshot of how it looks in data in Access, and it shows the field, the table, and show and the criteria. Probably to be safe, if there are enough lines available, I would, at the least, I would just drop a little table. Let me see if I can kind of just draw what I mean. I would probably do something like this. This is what I want to do. I need another. All right, let me show you what I would do at minimum first, and then if I really have time and space and so, I'd probably add in some extra to be safe. So what's our question again? We're doing date and we need the name. So I would have name over here, and I would have, it might be called date of birth, but for space, if that's not the correct name, then you put in the correct name. Name, and then here, I would, let me get a thing. I'll probably do this. And then here I would have greater than, what was it now? 31, 12, 94. And so at minimum, I would probably do this, but to be safe, I would probably just.
Miss, would you think it would be necessary to add like field table?
Yes, so that's the part I'm about to add. So to be safe, I would personally add it. So there's no chance of them misunderstanding what I mean. Yeah, and this would be show, and this would be criteria. And if, again, that question didn't show us how many lines there were available. I'm not sure if you'll get on one paper with lines or a separate thing. But if there's enough space, I would, and I remember to do it, I would add in table and sort. But, you know, table would be whatever the table is called again, and sort would probably be blank. But yeah, this for sure I would include, for sure. And if space allows and so on, my next priority would be to include table and put, I don't remember the name of it, so whatever it is. Yeah, does that help?
Yes, miss.
All right, awesome. Anybody who looks at this later, let me just, this here. Okay, yeah. So I will do that to be safe. Okay, great, and great question. Let's continue. Oh, it's gonna keep showing that, okay. Let's clear that away. And we can continue. We were here, so this is the result of, well, did I use, okay, there were no values provided, but I just created some fake values. This was my table. And it said after 94, so we're expecting to see who and who. Which name should be in our answer? Oh, okay. This is an error on my side. I think I was having, I think for testing purposes, I didn't follow the date format, the 94, but you get the idea. So which name should we see if we're checking for persons with date of birth after the 31st of December 1994?
Fred Walker and Georgina Suave.
Thank you. Yes, so Fred and Georgina, and this is what my query looks like. As I said, for my table, I wrote out the year, but for this question, in the exam, answering that particular question, you would have just had the last two. And then these were the results. Okay. I think the number signs came in automatically when I wrote them, when I wrote the date. So you can try when you get off this, and I try quickly. I won't try to try right now. But yeah. Okay. Wow. We're moving faster. Everybody ready for spreadsheets? How do we feel about spreadsheets?
Nervous.
It's not the best, but it's not the worst.
All right. Okay, got you. Somebody say ready. All right, good. We're ready now. We're gonna get through it. And this is to help us. So good on you for getting some more practice on it. All right. You need to stretch. Although maybe you guys able to stretch, you know, before, right? Take a moment, get the database to put aside in our minds, and we're on to spreadsheets. Okay. So here is our first question. This was sort of long-ish. So the information in worksheet 1 shows the total sales for each of the months, January, February, and March. I'm just gonna pause. For those who said they're it's not, it's not the worst, not the best, not really loving it. If there's a particular, is there a particular topic or is it overall? You can just answer in the chat while we continue.
Yes, it's more so memorizing formulas, especially if and VLOOKUP.
Oh, okay, got you. All right, I see. All right, let's see how much we can cover and help with this. All right, so information in the worksheet shows the total sales for each of the months, January, February, and March, for 5 salespersons in their particular districts. For example, Kathleen Alberts, a salesperson from the Port of Spain district, has sales of 1,925, 1,500, and 1,350 for January, February, and March, respectively. The data in range A1 to E8, interesting. Okay, of worksheet 2, okay, was summarized and reorganized from worksheet 1, the original worksheet, to allow for easier reading. Identify the feature or function of the spreadsheet which was used to produce the summarized data in worksheet 2. Any thoughts?
VLOOKUP.
Okay. I might ask you a follow-up question on that. Any other suggestions? I see somebody saying pivot table. Any other thoughts, agreements? Any not sures? Somebody else says pivot table. All right. Okay, 2 questions. Could somebody who said pivot table or anyone who wants to answer tell us what a pivot table is and why they think that's the answer here?
Because when I did it in my SPA, that's basically what I did. Like we just summarize everything from the main data sheet towards like a small table. So every record or every field is summarized.
Okay, every field is summarized. All right, I see that in the chat as well. Thank you for those answers. So when we say every field, well,
not field, miss. Like when you have records, every row, columns and rows.
Okay, everyone, it's based on some kind of group, right? In order to summarize.
No, miss, it wasn't based on any criteria. It was just based on all. For instance, if Albert had 10,000 in January, 10,000 in February, we'll just summarize it as a table illustrated worksheet 2.
Okay. Okay, got you, Shamar. No problem. There we go. And thank you for that response just now. I guess what I'm trying to get at or trying to confirm, when I say group, I didn't mean like an official, as if it was officially grouped, like how we did in database. But you actually alluded to it in what you said. I don't remember who you chose as an example, but we're summarizing for each person, right? So if we look on worksheet 2, there's a row for each person. So that's what I meant by group, because if we're being technical, we wouldn't really be able, or at least in this case, we're not really summarizing a row from worksheet 1, for example, because we'd end up with 16 rows again. That's being technical, but yeah. So we're summarizing based on the salesperson. We're summarizing based on the name. So that's what I mean by groups. Yeah. So I agree with pivot table. If there's anyone who is not seeing that, you can let me know, but let's look at this. So this is a screenshot of doing the pivot table. So I chose, the pivot option, and I chose the fields that I want. So I selected salesperson, sales, and month, and the rows are salesperson. So there's a row for each salesperson. The columns are coming from month. So each unique month that we had now becomes a column. And the values, like the summary that we're doing, is the sum of the sales, and it would be for each person. So we're summing the sales per person, and here we get the grand total. Everybody okay with this? Anybody not okay?
I'm okay.
All right, thanks for that. I'm not hearing any not okays, so hope you're okay. Okay, let's continue. Same worksheets, new question. State the information that is provided when a value in the grand total row of worksheet 2 is double clicked. So when a value from this field, any of these values here, is clicked. Oh, I'm sorry, it said row, right? So one of these, not column. Any thoughts on that?
Could it be equals some open bracket B3 to B7?
Okay. Okay, I see you. The different sums, I'm looking at the response in the chat. What do you mean by the different sums? Like, how would that look? Or which columns, which rows are you seeing? Could you clarify, please? A value. Somebody says a value, so not the grand total. Okay, person's clarifying. Jamalia, something like that. The different totals for each month for the person. Okay. Okay. So I think if I can find a way to show you guys this. I am cool. All right. So I'm going to try to switch screens, and it's not going to let me. Internet. Okay. So what it would do, I'm going to, let's pretend for a moment, because I think this is what I did when I tried it. So the screenshot you see is going to be when I click on one of the values in the column, not the row. So that was an error on my part. I didn't focus on this row here. So I clicked on I think it was 4775, and I got this, the rows from the original table which produced that grand value. So was it 775? I chose, no, it was 4490. So I chose the grand total for Charles. And so I got all the values from all the rows from the original table for Charles. Yeah, so original table had salesperson, district, sales, and month. And the information from that table for Charles, what I got. Yes?
I honestly wasn't looking at that grand total. I was looking at the other one.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, exactly. That's actually what I believe it was supposed to be, but I think I just was focusing on the row and I chose one of the columns. I'm gonna see if I can find a way to show you guys this at some point. May not be able to show you immediately. Not able to connect to the internet on this device. But if for example, I click on 23540, no, that's not the one I used. On this example, I use 7880, so this one. And I got the values. So it's a similar thing. I got the values from the original table, which produced 7880. So yeah, Richie, row. So rather than getting, when I clicked on 4490, which is the grand total for Charles, I got all the values from worksheet 1, which were for Charles. But when I click, again, I don't have this on the PowerPoint, but when I click on 7880, which is the grand total for January, I got all the rows from worksheet 1, which were for January. So in other words, I got row 2, I got row 5, I got row 9, and row 15. I think I missed one. Row 11. I know you can't see that right now, but does that kind of make sense? No, I'm not use kind of. Does that make sense? If it doesn't.
If anything, I probably just have to look back at my SBA to like get a better visual.
And what you can do is just create this table, do a pivot, and then just click on different values. So yeah, the key thing is if you click on the grand total, whether that's from the column or the row, it's going to give you the rows from the original table that produced that value. So if we look at each of the grand totals, this is the grand total for January. This is the grand total for February. This is the grand total for March. If I click on this, the grand total for March, double click on it, I'm going to get the values from worksheet 1 for March. If I click on a grand total, this one here for Davis, I'm going to get the rows from worksheet 1, which have Davis as salesperson. Does that kind of help for now? Feel free to say no.
Yes.
Yes. Not sure. I'm hoping that's a yes. So for example, let's use this one here. So what I did was to click on 4490, the grand total for Charles Johnson. And the result was all the rows from the original table, which belong to Charles Johnson. Okay. Yeah. So it gives you the rows from the original table that gave you that value. Okay. Again, feel free to indicate if you are or are not clear, and feel free to try it when you can. All right, moving on, unless there are any immediate responses to that. All right. So next question. Okay, I kind of want to know, are you guys okay for now with that or no? All right, I see a yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that yes. No's are also welcome. So yes. All right, so this question, same worksheets. If the values in worksheet 1 are updated, the values in worksheet 2 are not automatically updated. State the 2 steps required in the correct order to manually update the values in worksheet 2. Any thoughts? Not sure. Okay, somebody says receive the document. Any other thoughts or agreements? Or we're not sure. All right, I'm gonna take that as, okay, somebody saying something? Or not, okay. All right, so I'm not hearing if you're speaking. All right, so let's see. I have a little visual here. So we're gonna right click anywhere on the table and then choose refresh. So they give you that option. Yeah, they have that option ready for you.
Miss, could you repeat, please?
Sure. So let's go back to the question. If the values in worksheet 1, this table here, are updated, the values in worksheet 2 are not automatically updated. So this table doesn't change automatically if you change this one. So if I change Kathleen's sales for January to $2,000, this table is not going to update automatically. What I have to do is right click anywhere on the table. For example, I right clicked right here, so, and then there's an option called refresh. And over here, you see the new value. What did I change? I don't remember what I changed, but something changed. Yeah, something changed because we see the grand total here was 235.40, and now it's 265.40. Yeah, got you. Yes, I see those comments. Yeah, sometimes it's good to explore, try things, see what happens. Can learn a lot that way as well. So now we know, and we can continue. All right, so we're at a VLOOKUP question now. We shall tackle it head on. Yeah. All right, complete the missing parameters in the VLOOKUP formula for cell B10 of worksheet 2. So that is right here beside Clement Davis. To find the amount of sales made during the month of March by the salesperson in cell A10, which is Clement Davis. All right, so say this in steps. Can someone remind us what we use VLOOKUP for, please?
To find something to search.
Okay, good. So we're finding a particular piece of information, we're searching. What are we searching? Where do we find this information?
Missing a table.
A table that we usually call the VLOOKUP table. Yeah, kind of like a query, right? So that means we're going to reference, a particular table, and we probably have some criteria. All right, someone was mentioning the formula earlier. So right now we have books and such available. Anyone remember or can find the formula for VLOOKUP? What goes inside of these brackets? Not the answer yet, just what each of these values should be, meaning what type of information goes in each space. Yeah, VLOOKUPs, feel free to check. Anybody? Or if you remember one of the columns? Somebody mentioned one of the parts already. What we said, what we're searching, right? We're searching a table. So we must have yeah, a fair range. Okay. Good.
Is it true or false, or yes or no?
That is in there, yes. That is in there. Any other parts? So we mentioned the table or the table range. We mentioned true or false, and we soon get to what that's for. Anybody remember any of the other two parts?
Value.
The value, what do you mean? Like the value that we're looking for? What do you mean?
It's like it's not I remember until look, because
No problem. Anyone else has it in mind, wants to help them out?
What was the question?
So I'm gonna look back at that message in the chat in a moment. So the question was, what are the other two parts of the formula? Somebody mentioned table range, and somebody else mentioned the Boolean value, true or false. So we're asking, and then we got the value that we're looking for, but we're waiting on a clarification there. So asking if anyone else has any other answers.
It's lookup value.
Mm-hmm.
The table array.
Mm-hmm.
Index number.
Okay.
True or false condition. It's on the true and false condition, I think.
All right, awesome. So let me write down what you said here. You have the lookup value. This is not going to fit at all. All right. Let's see if we can do this. Lookup value, and then you said the table array. Don't mind the underscore, it's just, that's how, if you look in some of the text, that's how they'll kind of notice. Index number, and then the range lookup. All right, so now that we've reminded ourselves of the parts, anyone remember what these mean? And by the way, thank you for that answer in the chat as well. So our column index number and the range lookup. Thank you. So anyone remember what these mean? If you want to tackle 1, 2, 4, no problem. All right, let's start with the lookup value. Remember what that is? Let's start with table array. That might not remember that one more immediately. Which table are we referring to? So I don't mean the answer yet, but for example, all right, let me not use example yet either, but just generally, we're looking for a particular value, and part of the formula is a table. So that table probably has what in there? This is a
It's
general
the
one.
value that you want to look up.
The value that we want to look up. I think that's what you're trying to say. Nothing with that being what you said, yes. So the table has our answers. So this is the table that has the information that we need. Okay, we're doing a VLOOKUP, which means we are looking for some information. So we're going to, in that formula, provide the range for the table that has the information. So we're telling Excel where to look. Which table should it look in? All right. Now, if we're telling it what table to look in, we need to tell it what to look for, right? You have to give it some criteria. Which of these is the criteria, what it should look for?
Mr. Field and the value.
The what?
Mr. Field and the value. The field that you're searching for the value in.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me rephrase the question. And then we'll later on, I think what you said will come up. But what I'm asking is, of these four, we might hear the word parameters, which means, you know, the types of data that we're putting into this formula. Which of these four is the value that we're looking for? And when I say looking for, I mean the criteria. If, for example, the question says, complete the missing parameters in the VLOOKUP formula to find the amount of sales made during the month of March by the salesperson in cell 18. So looking at this question, all right, I see that answer. We soon look at it a little more closely. Thank you for that answer. Looking at this question, what is our criteria? And we can backtrack. Let's backtrack and say which table. All right, let's do it this way. What information do we want to find?
The amount of sales made during the month of March by the salesperson in cell 18.
All right, so the field that we're looking for, or the type of information is amount of sales, right? And then we have some other things there. So yeah, we are looking for the amount of sales. Which table has the amount of sales per month? It kind of gives, the question kind of answers this too, because give the answer because it's a worksheet too. See that? Because we're in worksheet too, so we know it's this table up here. So this is our table that we're going to be looking in, right? Yeah, this is our table that we're going to be looking in, and we are looking for the amount of sales for which person?
Clement David.
Clement David. So when we go to this table to find our answer, the criteria that we're going to be using is Clement Davis. Now, let me, right after that, point out what index num is. So index num is the column in the lookup table that we want information from. So in a way, the index number tells Excel what column to look at, and then the lookup value tells what row to look at. Index, the index is going to be a number. When we say index, that's typically a number. It's a column number. So instead of, you can think of index number as the column number. So it means that index number is going to deal with, is going to be where we specify March, because March is the column, right? Whereas Clement Davis is not a column, that's a row. Right? See somebody processing in the chat, right? So column. We're going to get to the specific number in just a moment, all right? Yeah, we'll get to that in just a moment. The lookup value is going to be Clement Davis. That's who we're looking for. And then the range lookup, let me read this definition here. Range lookup controls match behavior. If range lookup is true, VLOOKUP will perform an approximate match. You'll see these notes when you get the document, by the way. VLOOKUP will perform an approximate match. If range lookup is false, VLOOKUP will perform an exact match. Are those ringing any bells, meaning approximate versus exact match?
Yes, miss.
Okay, what's coming to your mind for approximate versus exact match?
As far the approximate miss, it gives a close value for what you want to find, and the exact match give the exact value of what you're looking for.
And yes, thank you for that. And yes, Smith, so that's going to be where our true or false goes. So if we say true, and that's the default, by the way, you'd actually, when you're writing in Excel, you don't have to give a range lookup value. It automatically defaults to true. But for this question where they're asking, we're going to give it, of course. So do we want exactly Clement Davis, or if somebody close enough, I don't know, Clementine Davis, which one do we want?
Clement Davis.
Clement Davis, awesome. All right. Okay, good. All right. 1 second. I think something is missing here. Is it? Okay, no, that's just another question. All right, great. So let's go over to the answer. Or before I do that, there was an answer in the chat. So let's look at that. So Richie has A10 for the lookup value. Does that make sense? A10 would be Clement Davis. And that's what we had said, that the person we're looking for, the value that we want Excel to look for in this table is Clement Davis. Cool. That's based on what the question told us. The table array, we have A1 that's here to A8. All right, any thoughts on that? Yes, no, not sure. No thoughts, not sure?
I agree.
Pardon?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. All right. Here that's agreement. I'll watch for any other answers or agreements. So the solution was A1 to E8. Okay, my bad. I think I said A8. So E8, which is over here. So that contains all our information. When I did mine, I worked with A3 to A8. Let me see. The range of vertical data to look inside. Yeah. I would not able to bring up spreadsheets on this, but I specified just where the values are. Yeah, just where the actual values are, because I believe the headings would throw it off. Yeah, I'm gonna see if later on I can get this internet to work with me so I can bring up the live spreadsheet, but we'll continue working with the screenshots for now. So tabulary, we have A3 to E8, the data, and you can play around and see, try it for yourself and see which works, if both work. And then index num, we are looking, this is going to be the column index or the column number. And how we know the column number that has the data that we want. So the result, and the results we wanted was the amount of sales made during the month of March. So that's this column here. And how we number the columns, it says the first column of the tabulary is column 1. And I believe Richie had said column 4. So yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, column 4. All right, and then range lookup we said was the Boolean, either true or false. True would mean we'll take an approximate match, close enough, you know. And exact would be the exact. So if with the approximate match, if it does find Clement Davis, it will still give you Clement Davis because that's the best approximate match. But if, for example, Clement Davis wasn't here and it had Clement David, maybe, it might give you that instead because I don't say the exact thing, but this is close enough. It's an approximate match. But if we specify exact, we're definitely going to get this. And if this is not there, we're not going to get anything at all. So that's the approximate versus exact. So let's look at the answer now. So this is what I had. I have A10, A3 to E7 actually, because these are the values I'm interested in, not any of the headings nor anything that Excel calculated for me with the pivot table. So these are the values I'm interested in, that's what I gave it. And the value I'm looking for in that table is A10, which is Clement Davis. And the column I want my answer from is column 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, and I said false because I want an exact match. So what's gonna happen is Excel is gonna say, all right, I'm looking for A10, cool. Where should I look? You told me A3 to E7, okay, so A3 to E7, all of this, all right. Which column has your answer? So first of all, it would have looked and found Clement Davis right here. So now it has this entire row or entire record. Which column do you want now? Which value should I give you? We said column 4, so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and here's the answer, 1600. And this was fine because we said false, which means it's an exact match, and Clement Davis exactly matches this. So we got our 1600. How is that? Oh, that's cool. Any questions, concerns? Okay. Something like okay. I'm gonna change what I have over here. I wish I could show you guys, but not able to right now. So I'm changing it to A1, and I'm going to E8. I'm gonna run it again, and it gives me the 1600. So yes, that is fine as well. I chose to just select the values, but it does work with A1 to E8. All right, guys? All right. We'll take that as all right. Any questions before we continue? We have a similar question coming up. Very, very much related. All right, not seeing any questions. Let's go. Can I remove this from the screen? Or let me not remove it, but just move it down a bit. It says, state the change that should be made to parameter 3, so that's the index num, in our previous answer, in order to obtain the grand total for the salesperson in cell A10. So I want the grand total instead. What would, instead of 4, what would we put?
Let's put 5.
Okay, 5. Any agreements, disagreements? Agree. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is our grand total. And let's see, I agree. So here's my answer here when I change it to 5, and it's now getting me the grand total. So again, what it did was, it said, all right, I'm gonna be looking for this. So let me go to the table you told me. So in my case, I said A3 to E7. We could also have said A1 to E8, both work. And we're going to look, so I found Clement Davis, here it is, here's that row. And now I'm going to look in which column? 5. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you said false. So I'm going to check that this is an exact match. It is. Yep, exact match. So here's the answer, 4,685. Cool. Let me know if there are any questions, concerns. Okay. All right, so we continue. In presenting his proposal for the expansion to the proprietor, Jay prepares the following spreadsheet, which outlines the costs of materials for one of the new branches, Rock Site Startup. So in this table, we have the items, the cost of the items, the numbers, and the total cost is blank. Write the formula, which is required to calculate the total cost in each of the following cells. Cell D4, where is that? D4. All right, what would our formula be here? I'm gonna delete this now. Let's see an answer. Anyone agree, disagree? The answer we have in the chat is B4 times C4. Everyone agree? Agree. Okay. What would be numbers, amount of items? Yes, it is. All right, I see agree. So when we're writing in the cell, what would we start with? Do we just write the B4 times C? Okay, good. So we're adding the equal sign. Awesome. And that's the answer. And we'd get, what is this, 60,000? Yeah, nice. Let's look at the, okay. I think I had an alternate answer here. So along with doing the equal and star, there's actually a formula called product. So you could use that as well. This, I wrote, I put the values in different columns just to test it out. So this is not from this table, right? So that's why it's F4, G4. You could also have done product B4, C4. Okay, so product, or you do your regular multiplication, either one. Okay. And I'm just making a note here that when I try to write it exactly like how they had it in the question with like a space between the numbers, it gave me this. So that is why you see me not having the space, because that was the only way to get the actual answer. So yeah, just pointing that out. What is this? Okay, we continue. Now we want to calculate the total cost in cell D14. Okay, so, okay, D14. All right, that's here. How would we do that? Any thoughts on this one?
Mr. Over, total cost is for cell D4. Mr. Could do product equal product equal B4 times C4, and then drag it down. We could drag it down to D14.
That, all right, so let me just mention, by the way, I see that comment in the chat. I'll soon respond to that, to both comments. Okay, just to address, when you mentioned product a while ago, you said product equal, so this is gonna skip, I'm gonna go back real quick. Just to point out that it's equal products, brackets, and the two cell addresses inside, so just pointing that out. Apart from that, let's go to your suggested solution. So I believe you're saying if we have here product B4, C4, so we drag that down. So by the time we get to here, it would say product, you would say product B12 C12, right? Yes? I'm not sure who had said that. Agree? Person who said that?
Repeat, please.
Sure. So I'm going through what you said, and you said if we did, like in here, B4, if we did product B4, C4, and then we drag that down, like when we click that little symbol thing, and drag that down, by the time we get to D12, it would be product B12, C12, right? Yes, no, not sure?
Yes.
Yes. So similarly, if we drag it down to here, we would get B, sorry, we would get B, product B14, product B14, C14. But these are blank. So do you see that it wouldn't give us the result that we want?
No, miss.
Okay, not seeing. All right, so when we add in, okay, when we add in a formula, for example, the product F4, G4, let's imagine we had another row below. If this is row 4, this would be row 5. When we click on this green button here and drag it down, what would this formula change to?
F5, G5.
Right. Okay, and it would continue going down to F6, G6, and so on. Similarly, in what you're suggesting, we would have here product B4, C4, and it would become B5, C5, and so on. All the way down to here, we'd end up with B14, C14. Seeing that in your head?
Yes, Miss.
All right, and B14 is empty. C14 is empty. So you wouldn't get a value here.
Miss, it's like when you drag it down and stop at D12, Miss, at where Miss at D14, Miss, you could have equals sum. I add Miss, then I add D, Miss, I had the values. Miss, never mind.
No, go ahead. Tell me what you're thinking. Or if you're stuck, tell me say you're stuck. But go ahead. Not going ahead? All right. But yeah, you are right. You're on the right track.
Miss, add D4 and to D12 to get the total cost of the items.
Yes, precisely. And we have that in the chat as well. So that's right. We would have in D14 equals sum D4 to D12. Awesome. Yeah, so that's a safe answer. Do I want to? If we're assuming which total cost, yeah, it says total cost, and cost is item cost / number. So yeah, so I assume that it's referring to right here. All right, so yeah, I agree that some D4, D12. Any other questions, thoughts?
Miss, would it be B12 to B D12 or B12 to C12? He said.
So it would be D4.
Yes, or D and not C12.
Right. So D, yeah, I'm sorry if I said C, that was an error. So D4 to D12, for example. What do I have? Oh, okay, I see what I was thinking here. Let's see. Let's go back to the question. The total cost in each of the following cells, D14. I think this, I was working with B14 for some reason. Did I have another question? No. All right, so apologies for that, not sure. I think I just wanted it right here. My mind saw this, but as we went through just now, so I'll change it before it's sent to be clear. But yeah, D14 is here. So the total cost, we'll be summing up these D4 to D12. Okay?
Okay, Miss.
All right. Now we're at this question, and it says, to improve the presentation of the documents, J formatted cell A1 across all columns as shown in spreadsheet in C on page 9. Identify the formatting feature used. So cell A1, which is here, we see something's going on here. What formatting feature do you guys see being used there?
Miss Center.
Okay. Yeah, is there any other thoughts? Are there any other thoughts? Anyone has anything to add to that?
Miss Willie, I don't think it's center, but I think it has to do with some type of alignment.
Okay. So you mean like left align those things?
Yes.
All right. Any other thoughts? Agreements, disagreements with either option?
Or could it be like the font, not the font, but like the text color?
Well, okay. I wouldn't say so. I would go with the center, but I wouldn't say center. I would say merge and center, because center is a little ambiguous. That actually kind of sounds potentially more like the alignment. What's happening here, you notice, the lines are gone and this has all become one big cell, right? I see it in the chat, merge and center. So that's the main thing that we see here. Yeah. Somebody had their hand raised. I don't know if you brought it down.
Miss, would it be like would it just be merge and center, or would have merge and center alignment?
Merge and center. Alignment isn't a part of the name. And merge and center does this. We wouldn't have to do any other alignment. So the answer is merge and center. Okay. So next question says, list the steps taken by J in the correct order to apply the formatting feature, which was merge and center. Any thoughts there? Okay, we select.
Select column. Well, select A1 to E1. And then you would press merge and center icon.
All right. Thank you for that. Any agreements, disagreements, other suggestions? All right, I see a row. Boy, spreadsheet words in my head. Agree. Okay, so I do agree. So I select, I broke it down just to be super clear. So I said select A1 to E1. So this is what it would have looked like before. And then I go to home if I'm not already there, and I click merge and center over here. So, right, good job. We continue. State the steps in the correct order required to create a formula to find the average of a range of numbers in a spreadsheet. And notice that this is general. It's not asking for a particular set or for a particular range. It's kind of general. So any thoughts on this? What's the first thing that we would type? All right, that's in the formula. I would be careful with the XXX. I would probably want to specify what goes in there. And when I looked at this question, I took the approach of trying to write it in step form. Okay, okay, gotcha, Shanti.
Miss, would we have to first find the total cost of anything to find the average? Because it said steps, so that's why I'm asking.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thought because you have to have the total before. But because it's required to create a formula, not it's specific for me. It's specified create a formula. So it's not asking about what you need to do outside of the formula, which is like getting the other information. For me, it's asking, or to me, it's asking, the formula part, how you do that, like what are the steps for the formula itself. So that's how I interpreted it. And I thought of the steps this way. I'm going to skip to it in a moment, but I'll read it first. Not the answer, but a portion from the textbook. It says to start a formula, enter an equal sign. Then enter the addresses of the cells to be used in the calculation. The arithmetic operators specify the arithmetic operation to use in the calculation. So based on that thing from the text and the fact that it said steps, I broke it down this way, which is essentially what you guys said, but I just wrote it in step form. So enter equal, type the function name average, enter the range, this should be off, or the range address in the brackets, for example, B4 to B12. And this is just a note to you guys. Rather than typing in the range address, you could also select the ranges, as in, like we'd probably click here and then drag down to B12. Is this okay with everyone? All right, let's see, yes. Okay, let's see. This is option 2. Select the range of cells, so like this green section here, go to formulas, that's menu option, and then on the auto sum, choose average. Now, I don't think they necessarily want this answer, but I'm just including it for knowledge and just to include it so you can, maybe if you want to experiment with it, use it in the future. Okay, now we have finished with spreadsheets. Yay! And we're at word processing, but we're also at 4 o'clock. So this is my question. Would you like to go on, continue with word processing, or continue into word processing, or go and do some multiple choice?
Multiple choice.
Multiple choice. All right, it's got 2 of that. And if anything, you can always look at, all right, I've seen 1 continue. I'm seeing mostly multiple choice. And then the other thing is that you will have access to this document. So I'm going to suggest that we go ahead with the multiple choice, and you can peruse this later. If you're in the group chat and you have questions, then you can ask there. And if we somehow have time, then we can do the rest of this, which is the word processing. So I'm going to pause this, share, and reshare with, I want this, no, reshare with the multiple choice. All right, I'm not able to share the link now. Can someone Share the link with Mia in the chat, please, for the WhatsApp. Right, so I was really hoping that my internet would have been back so I could share the document another way, but since that is not the case, we will work with what we have. So we're going to work with it this way. All right, everybody seeing? Oh, you're not seeing. Okay. Let me know if you're seeing the multiple choice now.
Yes, miss.
It's awesome. So let's go. Shanti, not Shanti. Can I just see your message? Yeah, if you don't get it, remind us before the thing ends so you can get the link to her. If someone can send it to her, that would be great. All right, let's go. Which of the following items are considered computer hardware? Any thoughts?
Output devices.
Sorry, I see that coming. Somebody said output devices. I see that in the chat. Seeing two people that in the chat. All right. Which of the following are considered computer hardware? Yep. I would agree. 1 second. Yeah, are considered computer hardware. I would agree. Because data, that's definitely not hardware at all. Programs, not hardware. Operating systems, not hardware. 2, data that has been processed and has meaning is termed. I see you guys firing off. Awesome, awesome. Information, yes. Which of the following can be termed application software? I'm seeing B, Internet Explorer.
X.
All right, I heard X, so I'm assuming it's the Internet Explorer. Yes, I would agree with that. That is application software. We're able to do some kind of processing or something on it, something useful. Which of the following activities would not be considered as cloud storage? Let's see. I'm not sure if those last responses were for this, so let's continue. A, data stored on, okay. For that, what's cloud storage? Any thoughts or examples of what cloud storage is?
Is it like a limited yet unlimited storage option that stores the information?
That is often a feature of it, but I wouldn't define it that way. And that's not necessarily true. Somebody says, okay, seeing some things in the chat. You can go back somewhere and retrieve it. Yes, but that is true of it, but you can also do that with other types of storage. So I wouldn't define it that way. Somebody says like Google Drive. Yes, Google Drive is cloud storage. And Richie says it's when the data isn't stored on a physical hardware. Yes, I mean, technically it is, but it's not your physical hardware. So cloud storage is, yeah, yeah. It's cloud storage is your, let me not put it that way. It's a place, or it allows you to store information remotely. It allows you to store it on using the internet. Yeah, allows you to store it using the internet on some other device. Number 3 was D. Yeah. So like Google Drive, it's not on your computer. It is stored in the cloud or on the internet. Yeah, and it's available for you to go back and retrieve, yes, once you have an internet connection, even if you use a different device, because it's not on your device, right? So your Google Photos, your Google Drive, OneDrive, etc. So let's look at the options here. A, data. So the question says, which of the following activities would not be considered as cloud storage? And you're welcome, Yashika. A, data stored on remote servers. B, data stored and accessible on a LAN. C, data backup and storage devices on the internet. D, data managed by storage providers or hosting companies. Let me ask this, what's a LAN? You don't remember? Local area network, right? So is that remote or is that something that you are able to physically access?
Yes, it's remote.
Right. What's our best answer? Any thoughts? Somebody says B. No one else? Somebody says C.
Miss C.
Okay. Somebody's rethinking, not sure. Okay. Any other thoughts apart from B or C? Any agreements with either one? Somebody says A or B. Somebody says B. Okay. So let's go through. Okay, let me say that my answer is B. And let's go through each and let's try to work out why. Somebody says A. All right. What does remote server mean to you? Yes, Shanti. What does remote server mean? Or you're not sure? Private servers. What does that mean? Like, is me on it and only me? What kind of private you mean? Somebody says not sure, okay.
Like servers that everyone has access to, so it's kind of private.
All right, you kind of broke up, so if you could repeat for me, please.
I'm saying that it's like servers that not everyone has access to, only a limited amount of persons, so it's kind of private.
Okay, got you. A young man was speaking. You want to repeat your answer for me, please?
So I was saying like a virtual server.
Okay. All right. So a remote server is, so think about the word remote. First of all, a server is really a computer. We just kind of like to use the word server because it's serving you some information, giving you some information. And remote, like if you say somebody live in some remote place, that sound like it far off country, why they don't have no internet, this very far away kind of thing. So when you say remote servers, you can kind of think of that connotation of remote. It's far away, it's removed from you, it's not near you. Remote server, yeah. Remote server, it's far away from you. I'm thinking of in some companies where like people work from home and so on, there's an application called Remote Desktop Connection, I think it's called, and it allows you to enter the name of a computer, enter your password, and then you're able to, like a new desktop comes up on your laptop, Like apart from the one that's normally there now. Like if you look at the bottom of your screen and you probably see Zoom, like the little Zoom icon and so on, you have this application. Like how you have an application called Zoom, you have an application called Remote Desktop Connection or something like that. So if you click on that, and then you can choose from a list of computers or servers, and then you enter your password, you are then presented with a new desktop. And that desktop is the one that's on that computer. So it's like recreating it in front of you. And you are able, whatever computer, you are able to view those files. So just saying that, so for example, let's say you go ahead and move to America to the university, and let's say one of your parents need help doing something on the computer and they can't figure out how to do it, you could use an application that allows you to remotely connect to a computer, and you would be able to connect to their computer all the way in Jamaica and do something. So when we hear remote, far away, it's not near you, you can't physically touch it. Remote server. So it's not a remote server. Google servers are remote to us. I'm going to skip to the others. Let's go to C. Data backed up and storage devices on the internet. Where is the internet? Can you touch it? No, can't touch it. You cannot take the flash drive and put it in a computer. You can't take the hard drive. You can't do any of that. It's not physical. So that it's not C either, because that's cloud. Internet, cloud. Your Google photos are stored on the internet. D, data managed by storage providers or hosting companies. Hosting companies, this I believe is a big hint in that answer. Hosting companies, they are providing you, they're allowing you to use their computers. So again, it's a remote thing. For example, if you wanted to, you guys would have looked a little bit at websites, and if you wanted to, what we call host a website, you find one of these companies. Let's say, what's the name? Ocean something, Digital Ocean. And they allow you to kind of put your website, put your HTML or whatever on their computer, and people are then able to access it from all over the world. So just like how you connect to, Facebook, it's being hosted on their remote server. So, yeah, not D. Another reason why I look at B is because it said land. Land, local. Stored and accessible on a LAN. So it's local to you, local being opposite of remote. Yeah. So that doesn't sound like cloud storage to me. Has this helped anybody? Kinda ish, maybe ish. Makes sense. All right. Okay, you can also look back at the textbooks and so on and see how LAN is defined and see if that helps. All right, so let's continue. Let's look at number 5. Which of the following could not be classified as a cloud-based application? All right. So D, we mentioned 2 out of 3 of these already, and that's true. D, Gmail, we cannot. Our emails are not on our hard drive somewhere. Dropbox, that's not local to us. Google Drive, not local to us. Windows, this is on our computer right here. So, all right, awesome. C, sorry, 6, not C6. The lights in a room turn on as soon as a person enters. Which input device most likely controls the lighting in the room? I'm seeing a whole lot of A's. All right. Yeah, I would agree. A. As soon as you enter, something is picking up that you've entered. Yeah, a sensor. Nice. 7. Which of the following devices is used? And by the way, I'm trying to, okay, let me pause. Shanti, 5 was the Windows OS, because that's on your computer. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to go not too slowly. So if I'm going too fast at any point, feel free to ask questions. 7. Which of the following devices is used to input data into the computer? I'm seeing A's, more A's, and I agree. Monitor, we're not inputting anything there. You didn't say touch screen, you said monitor. USB, no. External hard drive, no. Mouse, for sure, we're inputting information. 8. For which of the following interface types is the user required to remember specific instructions and syntax? I'm seeing D. Any other thoughts? Any not sures? All right, I've seen another D. D/C. All right. So feel free to continue with any other answers. I'm going to share that my answer is D. Or D/B, okay. I would say D. Graphical user, no, graphical is like what you're seeing right now. So you're seeing images, you don't have to remember anything. I mean, you pick up patterns, but you don't really have to remember anything. Versus command driven, all you're doing is typing in commands. You have to remember if it's input, read, write, slash, comma, whatever it is. So command driven is the answer there. Yeah. Number 9, Shamar, let me know if that helps. Number 9, the most suitable printer for creating the model of the globe is? All right, I'm seeing those answers. I see a question for number 8. I'm gonna jump back 1 second. What's menu driven again? So menu driven would be like an older version of Windows, where it's just menus. It's not a lot of icons and pictures and things like that. All it is a lot of this, a lot of menus. Just everywhere you go, you're going through menus. All right. Number 7 was mouse. All right. 9. So I saw, I hope that helped, Shamar. Number 9, I agree with a 3D printer because we're seeing something 3D. I mean, it's a picture, but you know, it appears to be 3D. So a 3D printer would be best. For the others, we just get a picture. All right, great, Shamar. Number 10. The RP Secondary School wants the administrative staff to have access to all student and teacher data. Which of the following networks would be most suitable to enable such access? All right, I've seen answers so far, and just help us out for those who remember. What do each of these mean? So we know LAN is local area network. What are the others? Anyone remember what the M is? Metropolitan. All right. What's the W?
Yes. Miss Wide Area Network.
Wide, right. Awesome. And so the WL would be wide local area network. Awesome. And I saw some answers before, and I believe the answers were D, and I also saw a C. For persons who chose D, why did you say D and not C?
Because the
Anybody?
school would be like would be like local. It's not outside and it's not extensive, and they want mostly for the teachers and the administrative staff.
Okay.
Well, they want the administrative staff.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you for that. So I agree. Local is the smallest. And if you look at the examples, it often says things like, okay, let me read this here. So land, small setting. And I think, the textbook page 62 says it's often used for small groups as well. And administrative staff, that's one group. It's a secondary school, more than likely it's small or relatively small. Metropolitan is more like if you're reaching like a city. So it's, yeah, or maybe a big campus like UE or something like that. So LAN is our best option. Secondary school, plus it specifies admin staff. More than likely, they're probably even in one little office, all the admin just right there. So that's local. All right. 11, what symbol does this represent? I feel like this is, yeah, B. B. Awesome. 12, unauthorized real-time interception of a private communication on a computer network is referred to as
identity theft.
Okay, I hear that B, I saw B, and I'm seeing some D's as well. For identity theft, could you explain why that's your answer, please? Or why that what your thought is behind that? No? Okay. All right, so we'll continue. All right, so let's go through each of the options here. Propaganda, it reminds me of a song my mom likes to reference. I don't know if it's, yeah, false information. Yeah, let's just go with that. False information, I want to reference song. I don't know if it's, I think it's probably very old, not sure. Lie, yes. Propaganda, lie, some holy pajama, yeah, that kind of thing. Identity theft, they're trying to be somebody else. Industrial espionage. I believe this, if I remember correctly, is like company trying to get somebody else's information, get another company's information. Electronic eavesdropping is indeed the answer here. You are like, you know, in the movies they always show somebody talking and then you go by the wall and listening and try to eavesdrop and hear what I'm saying. But in this case, you're doing it electronically. People are maybe having a email conversation or some other type of internet conversation, and you are intercepting that, meaning you are somehow finding yourself in the middle of this conversation, getting the people them information, and perhaps sending messages as well. You're intercepting their conversation. You are eavesdropping on their electronic conversations. And another key word in the question was private communication. So eavesdropping on somebody's conversation. All right, 13, double entry data verification involves, what are our thoughts here?
Miss, the same data entered the
Some
one
D.
and entered by another person.
All right, awesome. Yes. Okay, if you're not sure, feel free to say so as well. I do agree. Anyone wants to share like why this is actually helping to verify?
Yes,
Because
question.
proofreading is a part of double entry verification.
I think you said proofreading is a part of it. Okay, I heard someone else answering as well. Want to share?
Unless I was asking a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have information on verification and validation?
What I have is the textbooks. So yes, one sec. I'm going to and Shanti, we changed that one or two we, right? Amen. Yes, there we go. All right. Yeah, so it's D. And let's switch. Awesome. Nice, Shanti. Yes. And let's go. Hopefully it will move quickly. Okay, it is. Let's go to page 44. Oh, too far. And these are in the folder that was shared with you guys. So verification, the checking for mistakes such as transcription errors when data is copied from one medium or device to another. Let's move up and just see, I believe it's up. I think it's up here. Validation, computerized checking of input data for errors. So this is when you're going to make sure that if they enter a month, it's actually between 1 and 12. If they enter an email address, that kind of stuff. So you're checking what they've inputted for errors before you go ahead and process it. Verification, you are checking for mistakes when data is copied from one place to another. So it's not checking that the entered data is correct per se, but it's checking that the data entered matches the source data. So we want to compare the data that is entered to where it originally came from. And here we have three. So the data is entered twice using a program that checks each second match. Does that help? Sure. Sure, Mia. All right, so valid. We'll continue on this. I get some more yes. Okay. All right, let me know if it gets bad enough that I should turn off my camera. I'm still on data, so. Do you guys want to turn off the camera and see if that helps, or am I okay now? All right, cool. All right, thank you. So hopefully you heard what I said, but I'll go over the validation part. So validation is the checking of input data for errors. So this is often used when you're doing a form. Okay, got you, Richie. So this is typically used when we enter values into a form. So when you guys registered for this, no, maybe they didn't do it in this case, but forms like that often have validation checks. So we're validating the data, the input data for errors. Things like the format of what you've entered, the range of what you've entered, the data type of what you've entered. So if for example, they asked you when you registered, what is your age, they would maybe expect something between, validation. They're both Okay, let me continue and let's see. So for example, the range, they might expect a number between 1 and 99. You know, that doesn't match CSEC age, but generally, yeah, general age. Data type, when they ask you to enter age, they're expecting a number, not for you to enter. They may have said that, right? They may expect you to enter a number or ask you to enter a number, and then set this check to make sure that you actually did what they asked. So that if they gave you the format of it, let's say the question said, what is your age? For example, 18, like 18, then maybe they'd put in a check to make sure that you actually entered a number. So those things like that are for validation. Verification is checking for mistakes such as transcription errors when data is copied from one video to another. So when we copy the information, did anything get changed, lose any of the information? So like double data entry, we enter the data once and then have somebody else re-enter it to make sure that they match. All right, we're gonna continue. Number 14, part of a private network using, something's blocking my screen, using internet technology and public telecommunications that can be accessed by business suppliers, vendors, customers, and partners is called an C, which is extranet, intranet. Any other answers or agreements, disagreements? Somebody says C. All right. What's intranet? Richie. Anybody? Intranet?
Miss, it's a private computer network where only authorized persons within an organization can access resources.
Awesome. Yes. So no problem. Yeah. Precisely. Intranet is within an enterprise. So in this question, the private network that they're referencing is the intranet. And then when it says it can be accessed by business suppliers, vendors, customers, partners, so these are people outside of the business itself, that part is called the extranet. So inside, extra, outside of. So extranet is the answer, C. Number 15, which of the following shows an increase in computer memory capacity?
D.
D. Okay. Everybody seems to be agreeing. Any disagreements? All right, good. So yeah, D. D is the correct answer. A good way to help solidify this, if it's not clear, pay attention to things that you download. If you download a one-page file, what's the size of that versus if you download a whole textbook or something that has many more pages, or if you download a short video or just an image versus a very long video. So you can pay attention to the sizes noted, and that can help to solidify it if it's not clear. Or look at your Google Drive and see the size of the files versus how much storage you have overall. 16, which of the following functions is performed by a modem? So D as A / D. Anybody else? It's the A and it's the D. Somebody feeling A, all right. Somebody says it's A, all right. Somebody very confident there. Love that. T is back somebody's phrase. Yeah, I agree with A. Analog and digital. So the purpose of a modem is to convert between the two, analog and digital signals. Yes. No, man, you're good, Shanti, you're good. All right. Amen. 17. In the URL, so and so and so, shoes.com stands for the domain name. I'm seeing people are green. The confidence, yes. Domain. All right. Okay, seems those are answers, and I agree. The domain name. Yeah. So the name of the website, really. 18, transferring data from a remote computer. Remember that remote we talked about earlier, to your computer. So here we're seeing that the remote is not your computer, it's different. Is referred to as D. Nice, downloading. So remote, so that means it's on the internet, right? Yeah, it's on the internet. It's not where we are. We have to download it from this computer that is somewhere far away. Nice. 19, which of the following types of technologies is commonly used by banks to read data on checks? I'm seeing, I think I saw some D's there. I'm not sure if it's for this question. I'm seeing C. Seeing D. All right. I'm seeing A. Any other answers? C or D? Somebody's considering. All right, let me know what your thoughts are as you consider. All right, those seem to be the answers for now. I am going to read this definition. Okay, somebody says C is out. Why it says C is out? Just asking to understand. Because it's a mark reader. All right. Somebody says and B, as in B is out. That's what you're saying? All right. That's it. So yeah, I would agree. So OCR, optical character recognition devices, reads handwritten and printed characters and converts them into electronic form, often used by post offices to read typed or handwritten addresses for mail sorting. Magnetic ink character recognition, that's what MICR is. It reads text printed with magnetic ink. It's used mainly for the processing of checks at the bank. So yes, MICR. 20, which of the following operations is considered a feature of a biometric system?
A, miss.
Somebody says A. Somebody says DA. So I would go with A. Or /A, okay. B/A. I would go with A. Biometric is typically to identify somebody using something physical about them. So matching fingerprints. Yes. 21, telecommuting can be best described as, yeah, I see that comment, Shamar. Nobody's saying C. Yes, I agree. Working from home by connecting home and office. Nice. Awesome. 22, in order to use a program stored on a flash drive, the program must be transferred into DB, RAM. All right. Anybody disagree? Agree?
I agree to RAM.
All right. So 2 agreements. C/here, 2 agreements. And I also agree, RAM. RAM is going to be used to store that information. Read access memory. Yes. 23. Which of the following is not a hardware component of a computer system? So, CA, another A, okay. Yes, I agree, it is A. Can't touch that. So 24, which of the following checks is not a validation technique? And earlier we looked at some of them and we compared validation and verification. I see a B, and I think that was an A, not sure if it was for the previous question. I see a C. So C is something that we saw before in a previous question. Was that for validation or verification? You can try to recall. Any other answers? Yes, double entry was for verification. For that private message, yes, I believe it will stay there. All right, I see a B. I am saying C. So earlier we looked at double entry as an answer here, double entry data verification. So that is the one that is not verification. Range, inconsistency. Okay, you're most welcome. Bye for now for that message. Yes. All right. So double entry is verification, and the others that took a turn. Sorry, that was, I don't know if that was for what I said before. Yes. So we see that here. Reasonableness. We see which other one was there. Consistency, and that little note here, it's also called an inconsistency check. And we also saw range up here. So those are validation. 22 was RAM, B. So 25, the process of scrambling messages at the sending end and unscrambling them at the receiving end is called. All right, the B's are rolling in. And more B's are rolling in. I will add another B to that. I agree, that is encryption. So you encrypt and decrypt. You might say, so encryption. 26, there are many software restrictions used by computers to protect data and maintain data integrity. Which of the following entities are software restriction media? Scene C. Any other? Responses or agreements. I'm seeing more C's. Okay. All right, seeing the C's. And I agree. Passwords and encryptions. So those are protecting your information for sure. Viruses, no protection going on there at all. So C. 27. Which of the following devices can be used for both input and output? A, anybody else? A, okay. All right, I agree. 28. Which of the following is true of accessing files sequentially? I'm seeing, okay, not fully sure where it started. Seeing some B's. Which question? We're talking about 28. I'm seeing B. I think I saw some D's. I agree with the, let me make sure what I have with the B. Sequential is going in order, it's a specific order. Let's find this here. And look at what it says to confirm what we're saying. 2. All right. Yeah, sequential files, they're stored in order. They're been sorted in some way. Why doesn't this have? But yeah, they're stored in some order, and we're gonna start with the first. Still in that order, but we're starting with the first one that's there and moving down. Sequential files are searched using sequential access. That means if you want to find a record in a sequential file, you have to start at the beginning and work your way through until you find it. All right, 29.
Mr. B is the answer for 28.
Yes, B. Start with the first record and then you work your way down. We don't know what order it was sorted. We just know we're going sequential access. So we start with the first and go down. 29, I'm seeing D. And I agree. We can actually touch that. 30, an official of company X sells confidential information about his company to company Y. What is the term used for this type of information misuse? We kind of mentioned something like this earlier. I'm seeing C, I'm seeing A. Anybody else? I'm seeing C.
A.
Okay, got an A there. All right, so my question would be, if it's A, whose identity is being stolen? I don't think we'd have a clear answer there. What we do have is information being passed about one company to another, and that we would call industrial espionage. So industrial, that's a keyword there. Industry suggests, business, that kind of thing, enterprise. So that matches with the company, that kind of gets us saying probably on the right track. Espionage, kind of, spy kind of thing, pretending and hiding and doing secret stuff. Industrial espionage, you're giving the information of one company, or one company is getting another company's information illegally. Yeah. Which of the following are not categorized as software, so as system software, sorry. See an answer there. Happens to us, man. It happens to us all. I'm seeing another A, I'm seeing B. Any other thoughts? All right, A, moving to C, moving to A. All right, seeing A. All right, just addressing some of what is, well, some of those options. Productivity tools are things like Word, Excel, and Access. Translators are the compilers, assemblers, interpreters that you use to process your code in order for it to then run. And utilities would be things like a virus protector thing, yeah. An operating system, of course, like Windows. System software are all of the following except A. Word and things like that are not system software. They don't, yeah, system software, they're focused on the system itself, helping it, improving it, running a lot of things in the background and stuff like that. Yeah, productivity would be application software. Mm-hmm. All right, somebody feeling right, lovely. 32, which part of the central processing unit coordinates its activities? Seeing B, seeing another B, and I agree. Control unit is the one in control, bossing everybody around. Nice. Before purchasing a computer, James was given a sheet with the following hardware specifications. The word use of the computer. The word use of the computer is what? Which of these options? Do we remember, know, have an idea of what word use is? Not sure. I'm sorry. Okay, let me. Sue, answer your Shanti. Any thoughts on what word use is? Or if someone remembers, you can answer Shanti. All right, someone remembers bits and bytes. Okay, that's fine. So let me go to this and, all right, while I'm turning to this page, 30 was industrial espionage. So word use speaks so like the amount of data that computer can handle at one particular moment. This was not, okay. Yes, hold on. Word size or word use determines the number of bits that can be stored and processed at a time by the CPU. Most of today's PCs have word sizes of 32 bits or 64 bits. Yes, it is B. So, yeah, I'm not sure how much you guys have played around with this, but sometimes when you're downloading different software from the internet, you'll see they have one option for 64-bit and one option for 32. So it's different options depending on how much data your computer can handle at one time. So the answer is B, 33. All right.
Miss, the answer is B.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We're at 33, yes. And we're coming on time. I'm gonna check on something. And 34, I'll check that. Which type of interface allows the user to communicate with the computer system by keying in instructions? B. Yes. So keying in, typing in instructions. B. Nice. 35. A webmaster is important to the company because he or she.
Miss, what was 34?
D. So we're at 35 now. All right. I'm seeing A. In the chat, I'm seeing a B. All right, I'm going also with the A's. So yeah, they are responsible for the company's website. They are the master of all things web. They are maintaining it. Assigning web addresses. What web address? What do we mean? That's one of the things that comes to my mind. It's also very limited. And if you look it up, you'll see that it matches with A. The definition matches with A. All right, just acknowledging the fact that we are at 5.
Could you go back, please?
Sure.
What do you say was the answer? A?
Yes, A. They're responsible for the website, so they maintain it and so on. Yeah. So also acknowledging the fact that we are at 5 o'clock. How are you guys feeling? I am okay to finish this. I think that would be helpful. How are you guys? Shall we finish or?
Just finish it, Miss.
Just finish it. Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's do that. Let's see how quickly we can go through. So 36. Which of the following is an example of a correctly formatted email address? One says A. Somebody says C. I'm seeing more A's. Somebody's changing to C. Okay, so somebody else is C. Yeah, it's a very interesting email address.
C.
Yes, I agree with C. So email address, you're gonna have some words, maybe some symbols, and then you're always gonna have the @ so it's telling you what website it uses. Like we have our email, we have @gmail.com, right? So at some website, at some domain actually, gmail.com. So we always have some words, then the @ symbol, then another word, a dot, and an extension. So the answer is C. 37. Which of the following types of software should be used for applications that involve repetitive numerical calculations?
C.
I'm seeing C. And I am going to agree. Numerical calculations, spreadsheet, repetitive. When you can, click on that little green button at the bottom right and drag down to, instead of typing out everything, yeah, spreadsheet. Selecting or highlighting a paragraph creates a all right, B, yes, I agree, a block. So we talk about a block of text. 39, the following formula is located in position B6 of a spreadsheet. B3 plus B4 plus $B, $5. What would be the resulting formula if the initial formula was copied to the position located immediately to the left, immediately on the left? I'm seeing a C, not sure if that B was for this. Okay, I think it was a C. Seeing another C. Awesome, I agree. To the left of, if we're in position B6 and we move to the left, then, hold on, let's see, yes. Then we move to the left, then we'll be moving into column A. And the dollar signs mean that this address, the address for the dollar signs is absolute. It's not going to change wherever we move it to. So it remains this. Was somebody going to say something? All right. So we have C for this. 40, in creating a query, a student entered the following criteria for the date field. The output will show days. What's our answer? I think I say a C, B, D. Not sure which ones were for this. I'm seeing B's and D's, okay. All right, so let's read it. So where are we pausing? Let's look at it. So we have greater than or equal to the fifth, no, yeah, let's work with this way. The 11th of the fifth month of 2017. So let's even just pause there and look at our options. So it must be greater than, so later than or the same day as the 11th of the fifth month, which is May. So it must be at least the 11th of May. And this says after 14th of May only. So that's out because it said 14 or up. And it says from the 11th to the 14th. All right, this is a possibility. So let's wait till we read the rest of it. It says, this one says before 11th of May. Nope. It says the 11th or after. This one says between 14th of May. I don't have to read the rest because, and 5th of November. Between 14th of May, but it's keeping out the 11th, so that's out. So we've actually canceled out everything else, and our answer is B. But if you wanted to confirm, you could look back up here, and the rest says that it must be less than or equal to the 14th. So from the 11th to the 14th. I don't know what that first word means, but yes, B. 41, spreadsheet formulae use. What's our answer? Oh, okay, thank you. I'm learning. All right, that's a C. C and C. So question, what's a label? The words inside the cell. Awesome. So labels are the words, yeah. So Formula doesn't include that, so we know it's C. Values, okay, chose C because of range, yes, versus labels. So range is definitely a better answer, even if we don't remember for sure what a label is, because we know that we've seen like B4 to B12 and so on. And we might also multiply by a particular number, for example, so that would be a value. All right. 42, which of the following buttons can be used to fully justify text? C, anybody else have any thoughts? Not sure. Somebody's thinking D, okay. Somebody else says D. Agree on D. D, all right. I agree with D as well. So this one is what? What would A be? What kind of justification? Left, right, left align. B would be right align, and C would be right. I said that right align, and then C would be center. Awesome. So we know this is fully because both sides are straight. Perfect. Awesome. 43. Which of the following types of charts? Let me read this before. Item 43 refers to the following table containing data on 3 countries, A, B, and C, for 2018 and 2019. Which of the following types of charts is not suitable for representing the data above? Any thoughts? A/D. Any other thoughts or not sures? All right, somebody decided on A, somebody decided on pi, A. You have a question, Richie, or you want me to repeat the question? Somebody says A.
Miss, repeat the question.
Okay, it's this one here, 43. So which of the following types of charts is not suitable for representing the data above? And I'm going to go ahead and agree with A. It would not be suitable. Pie chart, we use it to show parts of a whole, but that's not what this table is representing. Pi would be good if we had maybe the percentage of people that are teachers, that are professors, that are pilots, etc., etc. But here we are showing differing values for each country. So we can do with a bar, line, or with a bar column, we could have bar/columns for each value. And for the line graph, we could have a line for each country and the values for the, what is it? Okay, whatever these numbers represent. All right, so pi is our answer. 44, the field that uniquely identifies a record in a database is called the, oh, we have seen this many times today.
A, Miss.
Right. All right, C in the B, right, the primary key, nice. 45, which of the following sequences of steps is correct for deleting a field in a database table? I'm seeing B. Any other answers or agreements? I'm seeing these. Okay. Okay. This is blocking the screen. All right. And this is number 45. And I do agree with B. So we have to go in, or we would go in our design view. All right, I'll say the B's. We're in our design view, we select the row and we delete it from there and we confirm. Nice. Another, just to point out, for most of these options, another way you could rule them out if you're not sure. For example, here, you select the row to be deleted and then you click to design view. If you remember, like in your SV and so on, when you go to design view, it's like the whole page changes. If you had selected something before, you're not seeing that now. So even the fact that this comes after, that would throw these options off as well. Yeah, so 46. The database table above shows records sorted by which record is being used to sort here? CSC. I'm seeing another C. And I'm seeing a B. I mean D. I think I saw a B too. All right, so when we went, I wish I could bring this up. When we went, I'm going to do this here really quickly. So, okay. Moving slowly. Somebody said B. B is quantity in descending. Well, if we look at quantity, we go 20 to 40 to 35, 40, and 45. And it says sorting, so not, oh, this is database, sorry. All right. It says sorting, so it would have to be entirely in order. Right. I don't think I'll be able to check this quickly enough. I really want to check this and make sure I tell you guys the right thing here. So I'm going to do another check over here and come back to it. Okay. Don't think I'll be able to drag that over to show you, but we will come back in a moment. So, which of the following clearly identifies a hyperlink on an HTML document? Somebody's saying D. All right, 1 sec. Any other answers? I'm seeing these. Everybody agreeing? All right. Still seeing the D. 1 moment. Make sure. I'm going to do that, and then we are going to all right. I wish I had that. So descending order. Okay. Yeah. So the answer I had was D, and that is indeed correct based on this I don't know if that person, when we looked at that ascending disorder, ascending, wow, descending order question earlier. And yeah, I'm jumping back to this question for a moment. It's descending H to F and gone 50 down to 40, then 30 down to 15. Descending, if we look back in our database, so I made an error earlier when I mentioned the arrows going down as to why I was calling the other one descending. But confirming now, if you look at your axis, you'll see as well, if we order by Z to, I'm gonna correct that earlier thing. If we order from Z to A, that is marked as descending. Yeah. This sound wrong still. Anybody else? Or is this me? All right, starting Z to A, that's descending, gets us this order here. Yes? But okay, not okay? Thoughts? Descending order, item number in descending order. Sending order. Okay, yeah, the descending order. So try it in your access, in database access. It's descending order. So EFGH. So we're going down from, so it's descending and not C with that. Which of the following clearly, and I believe I saw some C's, some B's, and possibly some D's. So 47, a hyperlink. The answer is D. I'm seeing a D. Answer is D. It can be a link to an email address, a link to another web page, or a link to another location within the web page. Page 1. Anyone unsure about that? Let me. Okay, this is blocking my screen. I want to move, and it's blocking it again. Body good, not good. 140. Cannot see this thing. You cannot see it. So we scroll. And we're still scrolling. Okay, I can see it now. 140. Feel free to share your thoughts. I saw a mix of answers. Which one, Shanti? This? All right. While I wait for the answer, here we go. Hyperlinks and bookmarks can add structure. A hyperlink can be an icon, You can click, okay, yeah, you can click on a hyperlink to be directed to another web page. That was something we saw. Be directed to another position within the web page, or open a new email message to send using contact details given on the website as an example. So our D is our answer. So any of these, all of these can be a hyperlink. We click on it and it sites to Gmail or to another point in our current document. Which of the following is used for executing HTML code? Say B. While the answers are coming in, somebody has no idea. Okay. Somebody says D. Question, does an HTML document have to be executed like how you compile your Pascal code? Or we're not sure. Not sure. All right, the answer is okay. All right, gotcha, Mia. So Abigail, yes. All right, Mia. All right. So with your Pascal, you actually had to compile it, right? And then you could run it. And when you compiled it, it told you if you had any errors. With an HTML, you don't have that. So you don't have any. The only thing that's happened that happens is that your browser reads the HTML and presents you with the page. That's all. Answer is browser. So HTML is often not even really considered. I think it might be the study guide, one of them. HTML is not really considered a programming language per se. It doesn't need any testing like that. I'm not using the word testing. It doesn't need any compiling, interpreting like that. Your browser itself is what is built to understand HTML and present the page to you. 49. Which security feature offers the least protection to a Word document? Somebody says A, somebody says D. Any other thoughts, answers? So D, somebody says B. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in and say, I'm gonna jump in and say D. The least protection. So restricting editing does protect your document. It ensures that nobody can change, or nobody who should not be able to can change what you said. So if you're writing a report, if you're doing up a contract, people them can't edit the contract, that's protecting it. Adding a digital signature. So the signature must match what you have said. That is protecting. Encrypting with a password, for sure, they don't know the password, then they can't access it. Saving as compatible with the appropriate software version. People can still edit your stuff. People can still access it who are not supposed to be able to access it. All that's doing is ensuring that, okay, somebody's gonna use this and they only have version 2000. They only have version 2000, so I get you demo. I guess if there was something that addressed the deletion, then maybe we could, that would be higher potentially. Which one sounds like a system requirement? It should be. Yeah, that's true. It's not protecting it, it's just making sure it's available in the correct format. Yeah. So these are best option here. For 50, if the formula in cell B8 is copied to the shaded cell C8, then the formula in cell C8 would be, what's our answer? I'm seeing C. I'm seeing another C. And I agree. It's moving over here. The column is C. it's still, yeah, the column is C. So that's what's going to change in the formula, and our answer is C. 51. We're going to read A, B, and if A is less than B, then print A. Which of the following tasks does the following or the above algorithm perform? Let's see, B. Any other thoughts? Any not sures? B/D. You pick D. All right. I'm glad you picked D. I would agree with D. This is why. So reads two numbers for sure, and prints the first number if it is smaller than the second. Let's compare that with B. Reads two numbers and prints the smaller number. If we go back to the algorithm, we're reading two numbers, and if A is less than B, we print A. But if B is a smaller number, which means this is false, nothing happens. We never print it. So this is not true. It doesn't print the smaller number. It only prints the first number, which is A, if it is smaller. So these are answer. Awesome. So 52, which of the following is an example of a conditional construct? Seeing A. Any other thoughts, considerations?
A, Miss.
A. Awesome. Keyword being conditional. Conditional construct A. Or if or condition. 53. When implementing a program, which of the following steps comes after executing? So C. Anybody else? Anybody not sure? All right, somebody reconsidering. Any other thoughts? I see another C, I see a D. B/C. Somebody says C. All right. I'm gonna jump in and say C. So let me just jump to this. 239. Yes, Richie. 239. So it's all right. Let me come here and then we talk through it. Did I go too far? Okay, no. 239. Scrolling. Some more scrolling. Oh, well, it was 231. All right, here we go. And it is here. Implementation phase. In this phase, there are three main steps. Translate your program using a programming language. Translate your algorithm, using a programming language. Execute the program code and then maintain it. Going back to our question, when implementing a program, implementation phase, what's the step that comes after executing? We maintain. So it's, yeah, we put it in code, then we make it run, and then we maintain. Another way to think about it, after executing, you wouldn't have to compile again because compiling would have come before. So we know it's not that. Interpreting is similar. And these two are so close. So if I'm ruling out one, kind of makes me question the other. Linking is also sounds like something you do in preparation to execute. But after you execute, the program runs, then you need to make sure that it's continuing to do what it needs to do. It's going okay. So we're maintaining. All right, 54. Which of the following is not a high-level programming language? I see a D. Any other thoughts? Agreements, I see a C. Samara, you don't think you're using a high-level programming language? I see a D. No, okay. What makes a what makes a programming language high-level? All right, I think it's 3. Well, so the hierarchy we're using right now based on this question is low level and high level. So we're not looking at the 4th gen, 1st gen thing. This is either low or high. And it's gonna be high. Pascal is high. Maybe not the fanciest in Shamar's mind, but it's high. Assembly is low. Low meaning it is low. It is understood by the computer, not by humans. So it is not words. It is not read and write and print and lane and those things. It is numbers. Yeah, just numbers, not even letters. Yeah, assembly was there. All right, so assembly is our answer. Which of the following terms is an invalid variable name? Somebody says B. B. Right. All right, you're seeing the B's rolling in. And I agree. A variable cannot start with a number. No. Starts with typically a word. 56. The decision box of a program flow chart shows the all right, somebody says B. Agree, disagree? Not sure. So which symbol is the decision box? Diamond, right? So, all right, I see the diamond. Somebody's saying B. So diamond is usually used for what? C, somebody says. B/C, all right. For a decision, somebody says for a decision. Yes, it's for a decision. So like earlier when we did our flow chart and we had a decision, which was, well, yeah, yeah, decision, this right here. Yeah, for a decision requires you to do some kind of test, quote unquote, meaning you're doing some kind of comparison, you're doing some check in order to make that decision. So it is a test to be carried out. Like in our previous example, for the flow chart, I think the question was, are you ready to pay or something like that? That's a check, a question, a condition, it's a test. Where test, check, same kind of leave, or parallelogram, somebody said. Parallelogram, right? Yeah. I'm mixing up, oh no. Calculation is the rectangle, right? Input output was a parallelogram, yes. And it's not linking to another page. That doesn't come in with flowcharts generally. So our answer is B. 57 now. A computer programmer is coding an algorithm which calculates the class average for a given exam. He creates a variable called class average. What data type should he specify when declaring this variable? And we have an answer which is real in the chat. Any other answers? And it says B. So it's calculating the class average. Any other thoughts? All right, well, some more thoughts perhaps come in. Somebody says definitely not C, all right. Which ones are you between? And Richie, would you like to share your thoughts behind your answer? Want to share? All right. So what would be an example of a class average? What could that value be? Sorry, you're breaking up for me. All right. Well, hopefully that comes through as your response. So your thought is that. All right, you broke up, the person just spoke, you broke up, so if you could repeat or type it for me, please. Say 49.5 in the chat, and Richie is saying that his thought was that a character can hold a value, but he's not sure. So a character is like a character of the alphabet. So it's one letter. It's a singular letter. So it's not going to be D. That's right. So it's not going to be D. It's great. We're looking for the values that the data type that can hold numbers, so either real or an integer. And we choose A because an average can have decimal points. So we have A as our answer. All right. Almost there. Yes. Yes. So that's the difference between real and integer and how you can decide which to use. If you know that it won't have decimal points, like you know it won't, maybe you're counting people, you can't have half a person, so it's integer. Yeah. So if you see these two, take a moment, pause, just a real and integer in the same thing, go back to the question, look at what the value could be. Can it have decimal points? If it can, it's real. All right. 58.
57
Which
is
of the
A.
Yes, it's A, real. All right, 58. Which of the following options in the correct order can be used to replace I? Okay, can you replace 1, 2, and 3 in the algorithm?
C.
All right, you have a C. Any other C's or other letters? You have another C. All right, noted. That message is noted. Thank you. All right, I'm seeing a C, I'm seeing an A, I'm seeing a B. All right, so the answer is C, and here's why. So we can start with the first one. We can look at number 1 first. Number 1 says ask the users for length and width. Keyword being ask. When we see the word ask, what pseudocode keyword comes to mind? Prompt. Right. So if we're asking, we're prompting. That's the only way we can ask things for anything. So that gives us the answer because nothing else starts with prompt. But if we're not sure, we can continue and look through the other ones. Oh, you're looking at other ones. Gotcha. Yeah, so just to be safe still, I'm gonna look at the other ones. So 2 has length and width. You're not doing anything. It doesn't say that you're doing anything. It doesn't seem to be printing out. It doesn't seem to be doing any calculation. It just has the variable names written like that. So that's sounding like we're reading it in. And another hint, if you remember from when we did the problem solving section earlier today, sometimes it helps to look at the line that somebody says, remember IPO, nice. And sometimes it can be helpful to look at the line that came either before or after. In this case, it's helpful to look at what came before. We ask somebody for information, so the next thing they're gonna do is provide it. And if they provide it, we need to read it in. So we have our read here. So we're looking for something that has read in the middle. And then 3, we're setting a value. And so the closest thing for that is writing. We're writing the value to the variable area. And again, the prompt is really what gives it away. All right, 59. What is the name given to an identifier that always holds the same value?
Constant.
All right, awesome. Yes, constant is the answer. And then 60, our final question, says which line contains a processing statement? I'm seeing, I think a C and a B. See another B, I see a C. So what is processing? What do we take? Calculation, nice. All right, so you torn between B and C. So Shanti's answer helps us out. She says calculation. So processing, you're doing something to the data that you have. You already have some data. Remember, processing turns data into information. So you're doing something to it. You're changing something about it. You're working with the data you've been given. Oftentimes, it's some kind of calculation you're assigning to some variable. So in this case, it is, so our answer here is C, where we are assigning price times 15% to the variable BAT. Okay? Can you explain what you mean, Mia? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd still love if you could explain. Like you read a question, okay. Okay, so that would have been the processing. Yeah, so, okay, I got you. So price is gonna be a value. And so typically you have 3 to 4 main things that algorithm will do. It will, main things. It will write or input information. It will read it. I'm gonna just list most of the things. So you might write or print something out. You'll read it in, so that reading it in is, you just gave me something, I'm gonna look at what it is and store it. You might process it, so you just gave me, all right, now I'm gonna work on this and then give you some value from it. I might print it out. I think I said that already. You might have a decision. And we also, initialize variables and things like that. So processing is different from reading. Yeah. So it's often a calculation, some kind of assignment. If, for example, Yeah, if for example, if 1, 2, and 4 didn't change in this example, but you saw VAT equal 5, that would be the best answer. Because processing is not writing and processing is not reading. Processing is doing something to the data that you have. So in that case, if we had VAT equal 5, we would have been changing the data that is inside of the VAT variable. So that would be our answer. Yeah. All right, cool. Any other questions? We've reached the last question in our paper here, and we are much over time, so this would be where we close, unless there are any final questions. Yes, the answer is C. All right. All right, so I think we have some administrative questions now. Yes, this should remain on YouTube. And somebody saying the group is full. Is it that there are 2 groups? Is it that the second is also full? The second is not full. Is anyone able to send the link for the second group chat? I may not be able to send it very easily. All right, somebody's gonna send it to you. Thank you, Yashika. Yeah, so as I said, I'll share this with you. I'll do, based on some of the things that we mentioned, I'll do a few edits. Yeah, I'll do a few edits and share it with you guys in the, as I said, the link is already there in the group chat. But I'll probably resend it for those who have joined later on. And yeah, so I wish you guys all the very best. You'll be okay. Read, take your time. Do as much practice as you can, pray. Yeah. So all the best, guys. Shanti. Good. All right, kids. Yes, you guys are welcome. You're welcome. Have a great rest of evening and weekend. Glad it helped. Yeah. Awesome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, go for the ones. Go for the ones. All right. You're welcome, Yashika. Take care, everyone. Have a great evening.